Oh, guess what? Guess what? We're back in the house. Yes, we are. Wow. I know y'all been looking for me. Where the hell is this dude? How he take a dip out like that? I'm wondering if dude has got a channel. Yes, I do. Always have, always will. What is up? For everyone who's kept me subscribed, I love you to death. Love you to death. Because I've been seeing something going on with YouTube lately like crazy. If you come on, you're good. If you got something going on in life like everybody else has, and you take a little time off, oh man, YouTube is like, oh, well, since you ain't on, what's the point? Let's unsubscribe this one, unsubscribe that one, unsubscribe this one, unsubscribe. The unsubscribing people. I mean, you talk about the censorship. Damn, okay. I said, well, yeah, I know it's about time. I haven't done any kind of lives, but holy smoke, if you don't jump back on there, let people know that you're on the earth, still doing your business. People do like your content. They have shown up. Where you at? Where you at? I've always said, if I have something to say, if I have a case to cover, I'm on it. I'm doing research. I'm doing everything John Q does. And then when I'm ready, I bring it to you. Now, over my goodness, since my last live, good Lord, I've covered some very important cases, and everyone that has subscribed to John Q, I love you for keeping me alive. The most important message of tonight's live is not me, it's you. It's you. Because you didn't change your mind. He don't seem to come on regularly like everybody else. He seems to take his time. I got to free up space in my phone or my computer, or maybe something happened to do that, I wonder if he's around. But that don't mean unsubscribe. It says stay in the loop with everything that's been going on. Stay in the loop. You unsubscribe. I'm like, oh, okay. But you know something? YouTube is an experience. And any content creator out there, they know that. They know it. And for you guys, subscribe to the content creators, you know that too. You know it too. You want to free up space so that this way you can get around. Who's ever on every day or every other day or at least once a week? Okay. But I've always told you, if ever I got something to say, I will always come on. I'm still here. And I thank God I am. And I thank God you are. And I hope you and all of your family are blessed. Because guess where you are tonight? I see some people up in here. You know how I love my people. All in the queue. She's surprised. Oh, sweat. John is on? Thank you, Miss Q. Thank you. Toad Kissing Queen. Never seen you before, but welcome. She said, yay. Marley 13, I miss you too. I miss you too. Conversations Living Room with RJRJ is here. Oh man, long time no speak. Long time no speak. Ooh, man, I'd love to hear your voice. RJ always reminded me, there was just something. I said, reminiscent about this guy that reminds me of me. You got to hear him. He's down to earth. He's cool. Tells it like it is. And he keeps it real. RJ, good to see you, bro. Good to see you. My goodness. Yeah, Marley 13 says the same thing. She says the same thing. We missed you. No, I hear you. Oh, what the hell? I know. John Q's got to get it together. He's not hanging around too long, but, damn, my subscribe button has been itching my finger. I got to free up space on my phone. Don't do that. Don't take me off. Then you're going to miss it. You're going to miss it. Vanna. My granddaughter is named Savannah from my second child that I had with my second wife. Yep. Her name is Savannah. So I'm wondering if that is just a part of your name. But welcome, Vanna. Vanna Reeves is in the building. My goodness. Welcome. Rake's Funny Farm. I thank you. I miss you. Rake's Funny Farm, every time I went live, they'd like, boop, pop up. John is on. Wait, he must have something to say. Thank you for being here. Tina Lee. Hey, Shecky voice. Okay, Tina. All right. Carrie Bishop is in the building. Smooth as butter like always. Carrie, I love you too. I miss you guys. I miss you guys. We'll get into it. We will get into it. There's a lot going on since the last time I went live. I have to say that much. Honest to goodness. My goodness, y'all did. I can't leave y'all for a couple of minutes. Back at it. Nice to see you, Opal. Miss Opal, how you doing? You doing good over there, smiling at your screen? Oh, he's back. Oh, my God. Yes, I am. I've been looking at some things. A lot of things. A lot of things that are not good at all. No doubt. If I come from Dalton, Illinois, and cover the Tiffany Henyard case, thank God they have a new mayor. And I've covered that story on my channel. And thank God they do have a new mayor, because Tiffany is out. Thank God there is a God to say, Tiffany, your little shank ass is out. So, and Miss Q, all in the queue that's here in the chat tonight, has been covering that case right down to the beam. And I appreciate her. Thank you, Miss Q, for doing that and bringing everybody up to speed. If you're not subscribed to Miss Q, all in the queue, Hit it. You know what to do. Hit it. She's kept me up to beam while I've been like, in the cut. I still visit a lot of people, and that's what I have been doing, visiting a lot of different people while I'm handling my business, while I'm doing me. You know how we do it. But yes, Miss Opal, thank you for being here. Ernestine Smith is in the building. Uh-oh. Well, thank you, Ernestine. It's good to be back. Miss Shelley is in the building. Oh, my goodness. YouTube has been crazy, and that's just a play. Yeah, RJ, it has been. I mean, talk about censoring people. Forget about it. Everybody wondering whether they're still monetized. I ain't got to worry about that, though, but, it's just been me. Hey, Tina Lee is in the building. Miss Marty is in the building. Salute to you, Miss Marty. Good to see you. Oh, my girl. Shrinking Sharon. Hello. See, y'all didn't forget me. I appreciate that. Shrinking Sharon has been around a long time with her channel. You didn't forget me. Thank you. Thank you. Because, like I said, YouTube does teach you some things about your audience. Teaches you a lot about you. Show Poodles, welcome. I haven't seen you before. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, okay. That's good. My goodness, it's good to see, 40 some odd people up in here? Whoa. But the thing about YouTube that I've learned, after going on, 6 years, 7 years, I can't even count. As a content creator, I'm telling you, this beast is different. You talk about freedom of speech, on platforms, whether it's TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, or whatever. It's a big difference on YouTube when you're doing lives. And you have to be extremely careful for the content that you're putting out to the audiences. If a word gets screamed as hate speech and all this stuff, you know something? You can get flagged, whether you knew that or not. Or if you show a picture that's not within the guidelines of YouTube, boop, you get flagged. It's become critical. I thought that was like crazy during the Biden administration, but YouTube is YouTube. And I say, I don't care what administration you're in, YouTube is going to follow YouTube. They want to make money, advertisings. If you're on a phone, damned if you can, watch a good video without getting an ad cutting across, the video. Crazy. Every 2 seconds, if it comes up from the bottom of your phone, there's an ad. If it doesn't, it interrupts and cuts into a video that you're watching. And the video may be, I don't know, an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on what you're watching. But that's YouTube. I said, okay. And a lot of people are monetized, on their channel, and God bless them. But if someone's going to watch uninterrupted content, what happens to them? Always thought about that. What happens to them that doesn't have uninterrupted content? Do they get ads? Do they get interruptions? Does the audience, after, 10, 15 minutes, say, oh, okay, that's enough. Let me click on somebody else because I just got a notification and move on. And that's YouTube. And it's to continue the scramble brain type situation. This is a conditioning that I found about YouTube that YouTube does. Honest to goodness, and you'll find it going forward, I promise you. You'll find the same thing. Get an ad here, you get an interruption here, you get this there, that there, and it's to take your mind off of what you're actually paying attention to. And if your mind goes to the left or a notification comes in from the right and it goes back and forth, and guess what? You know, they only get a couple of minutes of views here, a couple of minutes there, this, that, and the other thing. YouTube has been doing some very, very strange things. But yeah, I've been watching that. I've been watching that. And it's like, YouTube is not the same. It's changing. Tina Lee at the Q's house. Thank you for being here. Flamingo Lisa is in the building. Absolutely. Molly 13, I love you. Molly 13 has been with me for a long time. No doubt. John Q, when you're willing to have someone join you, drop the link. Hey, RJ, I'm going to drop the link. You better stick around. I've always had great conversations with RJRJ. And we've talked a good conversation about a lot of these different cases that, you know, we both cover. You know, him from the left, me from the right, whoever shows up in the middle, always appreciate the support. Absolutely. Savannah is a great name. Yes. Mine is Savannah. I knew that, Vanna. I knew that. Wow. Now you're reminding me of my granddaughter. 14 turning 15. She's on cell phones. She's on computers and everything. And she ain't got no job. Go check that out. I'm not saying that about you. Well, what I'm saying is that, yeah, that's my granddaughter. Oh, yeah, she tearing up some social media. And I told her, going the wrong way. You ain't got no friends on social media like you think you have. Meet them face to face. Look them in the eye. See what they look like talking to you and what they do with their body. Then you can tell a whole lot better than a still picture online anywhere. And she, yeah, okay, Grandpa. Okay, whatever you say. You know, typical answer. Typical answer, but it'll catch up with her. It'll catch up with her. I say, okay, Savannah, you're going to learn something. I've been around a long time. You just getting started. You just getting started. Just getting started. Well, howdy, y'all stranger. Welcome. My goodness. Oh, Miss Shrinking Sharon's going to pull up some coffee. Oh, love coffee. We can always sit and talk. Carrie says it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Shrinking Sharon, my goodness. It's been a while. It's been a while. All right, let me get into it. We got a number of people up in here tonight. I appreciate you a lot. You have no idea. With all this stuff going on YouTube, with all this stuff going on with content creators, still doing the same stuff. Guess what, folks? I got some news for you. It's not going to change. People are who they are. You can't tell a zebra you black and white. You just got some funny stripes on your white coat, or your white coat is not making up for the difference of your funny stripes. Nature is nature. And human nature, for as long as I can come to the age of understanding it, which we all have a journey of in life, because we're all trying to understand it. You will never be able to understand human nature in its entirety. You know why? You know why? Because human nature is always evolving. It's always changing. Look at the cases that we've covered on my channel. No case is the same. Everyone has a nuance of a different type of entity, if you will. In other words, you come to the conclusion to say, who does that? Who does that? Kids go missing, you say, who does that? And, you know, my channel focuses primarily on missing persons. I don't try to get into, too much politics. It's too deep, too wide, too long, and damn near disgusting. Far worse than anything else that I've ever seen in our country called America. In our country, it's still going on. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix education. I'm going to fix jobs. Oh, we need wage increase. All this stuff, and they still haven't fixed it yet. They'd rather go to war, kill people, and all this other stuff, more so than help the country to heal and come from a bad place. I've seen it. Been around long enough to say, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Okay. Maybe bullshit, bullshit, but okay. Same stuff. Because that's the stuff that sells. Hoping that you'll get a vote in. And once they get in, it's like, okay, thank you very much. Who's paid me? Who did I get money from? How many super chats did I collect? What did I get in the bank? Those are the ones I got to pay attention to. Type shit. I mean, it's just me, my opinion. My opinion. My opinion, you got to say that, though. You got to say it. My opinion. Hi, John Q. So glad to see you again. Okay. Reality Wins is in the buildings. Reality Wins is in the building. Much love to you. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm not the only one looking at this stuff. Yeah, likes are free. Thank you, Miss Shrinking Sharon. No, it's crazy. You are the voice with the cigar bar vibe. Okay. All right. Don't let your husband find out you've been listening to me now. What time is he coming home? Miss Snow Poodle. Don't let him find out you've been listening to me. Don't let him find out. Who you been listening to online? And nobody. Just turning the channel, minding my own damn business. When are you gonna pay the light bill? It's truly insane to see all the attacks against so many. Yeah, that's another thing I've been looking at on YouTube. That's another thing I've been looking at on YouTube. Other content creators attacking other content creators for what? For what? We don't know each other. And people are acting like they know each other because they watch their channel. You guys don't know me. However, time is a very good friend to life. And I thank God that's an element that he put into place, because that really dictates character. It's time for everyone. Everyone. And you've seen that as long as you've been on YouTube too. And I said, oh man, the truth is right here. All we have to do is do the same thing. Take time. Take time to find out. Take time to listen. Take time to look. Take time to really get into where people are. And you can tell the bullshit from the rest of it from there. Then you know where to spend your time. But it's amazing on YouTube where people decide to spend their time. I watched that too. I said, okay, all right. I don't have any content about anybody else. Guess what? Never have, never will. I'm not worried about their content. Their content is their content. My content is about the stories that affect every single person that comes to my channel and sits in the chat and connects with me about the content that I put out. That's who's most important. So the content will stick because guess what? We find commonality, which is most important. That's what keeps YouTube making money. That's what keeps TikTok making money, Facebook making money, X making money. People connect with content. If that person sounds like me, oh yeah, I'm with him. I'm with her. I'm with them type stuff. Me, I don't have to worry about it. All I have to do is identify what it is, and then I can make up my own mind. Yesterday, they took 20 views from one of my videos. What? Yeah, YouTube is YouTube. And I'm going slow in the chat. For most of you joining us, thank you so much for remembering me. I'm going slow in the chat because tonight is about you. You held me up this far. So I'm going to go over your comments. How's that? Oh, he ain't going to skip nothing? No, I promise you I won't. Jennifer, Rebecca, how are you, love? Unc Fed is in the building? Are you kidding? Now I'm truly blessed. My brother Unc Fed, I'm sorry I took so long getting to your name, is in the building. Unc Fed. I connected with him during the Kanika Jenkins case. Out of Rosemont, Illinois, a 19-year-old lost her life, did not go home after a birthday party. Some hotel 45 minutes away from where she lived in Chicago. Went to a birthday party with friends. And guess what? The friends returned home and she didn't. Because she was found in a freezer in the back of the hotel. For anyone that remembers the Kanika Jenkins case that happened in 2017. And Unc Fed, I came across his channel on YouTube, and man, oh man, he was breaking it down every night until the morning light, trying to figure it out. Much love and respect to you, Unc Fed, for being here. Thank you so much, man. Y'all taking me back. Y'all taking me back into time. Making me realize how long I've been on. Godspeed. I hear you, brother. I hear you. I hear you. Miss Shelley is in the building. Okay. Thank you. I said it's about time I get back on here and talk to the people that show me love. Get back here and get back to work. I appreciate every single one of you for taking the time out, because you could be someplace else. Somebody else's channel will hit you with a notification, and guess what? Bye. Nice seeing you, John. Never thought to unscribe, never. I hear you, Molly. And as long as you have supported me and my channel, much love to you and your family, Molly. You really come to the plate. I have to say, there have been some people to come to the plate. Well, when you're not monetized, and I don't have the banner across the top, if you noticed, I'm not flagging a whatchamacallit, a PayPal at the bottom of my screen. I don't have anything posted at the base of my icon, my picture, with a $sign on it. Never been that way. I said, if you like to, great. You know how. If you want to know how, you can just go back to my other videos. If it stays in mind to do that, that's great. But if I don't have it posted, you already know I'm not even looking for that. Never did. Don't have to. I do my work the way I'm supposed to. I do my work the way I'm supposed to. YouTube is not a job for me like it is for most people. And I don't, I'm not knocking anybody that does YouTube for a job. I'm not. Times are hard. Times are hard. People have to figure out what to do for income. I get it. I get it. Oh, for me, I don't have to worry about it. I don't ever have to worry about that. Which allows me to focus more on content. Content. The most important thing on YouTube is content. If anybody realizes that. If you don't know what you're going to say on YouTube, guess what you don't do on YouTube? Content for me is research. It's spending hours and nights and mornings studying the kind of breakdown that we try to do here, that I try to do, and trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense, never will make sense, ever make sense to anyone. In the interim, with an audience that I don't have a big audience either. I don't have 1,000 people in here like I did with Summer Wells. I had a very big audience with Summer Wells. The last I remember, and that took place in 2021, when she went missing from her home out of Rogersville, Tennessee. And it was an assumption that she walked off the property without anybody seeing her, and never been seen since. 5-year-old. Last person to see her was her mom, and I guess the grandma, if she was up and about and whatever, but more so the mom. From the home, folks, from the home. How do you go missing from your house? Can anybody explain that to me? Nobody has since 2021. Nobody has been able to even figure that one out. All without a trace. Now, go figure that one out. Do you see how crazy that is? If you went missing from your house, if you went missing from, who would look for you? Who would look for you? Put them on your hand. Who would look for you? Truly. Kind of tells you a little bit about the world we live in. Who would look for you? How long would they look for you? How many have been found? Kanika went missing when she left the party at the hotel to leave the party because she was inebriated. Who looked for her? Where was she found? And it reminds me of all the stories. Who went missing and who looked? Who went missing, who looked? Who went missing, who looked? How long they went missing, who looked? How long have they been looking? Like I said, time is more the truth after the fact than anything else in any case that I've ever studied. Time. What are they doing now? Where are they at now? That's what concerns me. Loyalty and betrayal. How are you? Another content creator that covered the Kanika Jenkins case. And I did get your email about doing an interview with you. I did get it. We're back. We're going to be doing some stuff on my channel, folks. I had to take some time off. Take care of some things on the immediate family situation. Take care of some things on my situation. Life is life. Things happen. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. I've never worried about subscribers or numbers or anything. I never will, because my audience is exclusive. It's exclusive. I like it that way. Now, I'm kind of like backwards. What do you mean? I like it that way. That way, I don't have to talk to too many people, because you're going to get too many, whatever, that crazy stuff. Thank you, Miss Marty. It amazes me the money people throw at drama channels. Oh, who are you kidding? I like the real deal here. I hear you. I'll call you Shy Mom. How's that? I can't do the rest of your name because can everybody see her name? Shitsu Mom? Is it Shizu Mom? Oh, don't mess me up. Don't mess me up. I'll call you Shy Mom. How's that? I hope you're still here. No one can figure out what happened to Summer Wells, and there are rumors that there may be information released finally. You know something, RJ? I've always hoped and prayed that there was something about the Summer Wells case that developed. It hurt me so bad that a 5-year-old went missing from home, and here we are 4 years later. June 15th of 2021, this young 5-year-old went missing. Nobody knows where she at. Think about it. Nobody knows where she's at. Just gone, broad daylight, after she went out with her mom, supposedly with her grandmother, supposedly, who got taken to the hospital for a knee issue, had to get pain-killing medicine or whatever the hell it is that she got from emergency, came home, went to the pond, they swam for 20 minutes, then came back, stopped off at a couple of places, and then ended up going home. In a 4-hour time span, it seemed like Summer went missing. We can't know exactly what time that was, though, but she went missing till she was reported missing 4 hours later. 4 hours later. Okay, there's some time there. Okay, so where do you take the time? You got to take the time on both ends of the spectrum, the time before and the time after. Well, we already know the time after because it's been 4 years. So we got to step back and take the time before, which was 4 hours. What happened in 4 hours before she went missing? Before that time, not after. What are they doing today? What are the parents doing today? All you got to do is take a look. What are the parents doing today? And lo and behold, more truth as answers than anything else. And hence, who do you need to be talking to? I'd be talking to the ones that reported it. Okay? It's just me. Just me. Just me. It's just me. Yes, absolutely. I'd be talking to the people that reported it. You got to go back to the source in order to then go forward. 2 steps back, 3 steps, forward. As it is, anyway. I still live in the same area as I did then. Oh, wow. RJ, too much. And the same thing with Daniel Robinson, who went missing out of Buckeye, Arizona. I'm working on that case. I am talking directly with the father of Daniel Robinson to this day. In fact, I got off the phone with him early this morning, and working behind the scenes, as John Q does, he's been working on releasing and working with a production company to work with him on getting the facts and the details out, as he's collected them from the Buckeye Police Department, the Buckeye Detective Department. He's getting forensics done on Daniel's Jeep, clothes, airbag, everything. Finally, to find out whether there was foul play or something else happened. And so, yeah, I'm still collecting updates on the Daniel Robinson case. And I told David Robinson, the father of Daniel Robinson, I told him, I said, you got 5 different police reports? You sent me one, just one, but you got 5 different police reports with addendums, which are add-ons after the fact, after the fact, after the fact, after the fact, after. Why so many different police reports from the original? I said, well, if you're getting all these different police reports after the fact, 5 of them, let's go back to the original statement. Who made the phone call and start there? So we'll see how that unfolds. But just wanted to give you a little heads up because this production company is tied in with Netflix. And it looks like they're going to be putting together something that tells the story from the father's perspective. And only his perspective based upon the evidence that he was able to collect. Nothing outside of it, just his. So that's going to be an exclusive update. Once that happens, well, I'm going live with Mr. Robinson before then to give you guys a heads up as to where to find it, how to get it, and be brought up to speed. Because David Robinson is still looking for his son to this day. 4 years later, 4 years later, almost a week and a half apart from when Summer went missing. June 15th, 2021, Daniel goes missing about the 23rd of the same month. In a desert, just going to work. Now, he wasn't home like Summer was, but who goes missing from work? Not unless you don't show up on purpose, but he showed up and then went missing. Now go figure that one out. He showed up to work as a field geologist collecting samples for a company that was working on a water project for a smart city complex out in Buckeye, Arizona. And it's a big one. It's a big one. When you have the Howard Hughes Corporation, Howard Hughes Corporation are part of a multi-city, smart city type of project involving developers, real estate mogul. I mean, let's just say the politics was there. What happened to Daniel? There's a lot. I can't get into that which I do not know, but it's that big. Why didn't he come home like everybody else? Why didn't Daniel Robinson come home like everybody else? Why did Sebastian Rogers, the most recent missing child, 15 years old, autistic, go missing from his home? And I've covered that on my channel. That was the last case that I've covered. I said, time to stop, John. Because there's nothing new and nothing has moved. And I'm not going to speculate and bring up all kinds of stuff and show you pictures of stuff that don't make any damn sense. Or conjecture or do any of that stuff that I've seen. Obviously, other channels do. Not going to play audio tape of somebody talking to me because I wanted to know their damn personal business and shit, or any of that stuff. I don't. No, because that's not getting to the truth. Now, those YouTubers that have had conversations directly with the people that are involved, God bless them, because we can get a candid shot as to character. That's all we can do. Listen and get an idea as to language. We can get an idea as tonality. We can get an idea of impressions. We can get an idea of dialogue, how much they say versus that which they don't, what they avoid versus whether they're trying to not avoid. And it's great stuff. And I've collected a number of channels, very few though, of great interviews that were done. I've posted them during the course of the lives that I've done. Not afraid of that, never been. Because those are the ones doing the real work. The other ones, I stay away from, don't even touch them. I ain't got to worry about strikes. I ain't got to worry about people coming to bash me. And guess what? John Q is good, always going to be good. Always going to be good. You don't hear me getting in trouble out there on these YouTube streets. In fact, when they don't mention my name, I'm good. Well, John Q said this and John Q said that. I thought, okay. Okay. Great coverage of Daniel's case. Thank you, Marty. Yeah, you can't blame John Q. The hell does he know? Meanwhile, everybody else is boop. I remember covering this right after the Gabby Petito case. And you know something, Shrinking Sharon? David Robinson is working directly with the Petito family in reference to what happened to her. And he told me this today. And they're putting together something very, very unique and special in a universal way in reference to every missing person in our country here in the United States that doesn't get mentioned gets mentioned. So that's going to be coming up. And I'm like floored and in praise of what Mr. Robinson is doing. Because yes, it should be universal. It shouldn't be just about one person and one person only. And everybody focuses on that one person when there are other people at other different times, different days, different places, different circumstances going missing. Yeah. So he's on the right path. I said, I support that. I said, if we can grab that and create a platform where that is online, then many people can select a lot more than just the content that they're creating on just one person. Because it's a disservice, my opinion. Because it requires so much research on one person just to get the story straight, that the stories are so convoluted, they're so complex, they're so crazy, that for one content creator to try to put it all together and then try to make sense to go live on it, good luck. Good luck. I'm not that kind of person. I can't do that kind of magic. I cover your story. I'm going to go from the start until I have to stop. And then I stop because the story stops until there's a new development. There's no new developments of Summer Wells. I'm not talking about Don and Candace or Grandma or what happened to the boys her 3 brothers, any of that, because the story stopped quite a while ago. I can't go forward with Sebastian Rogers' case because the story stopped. Young man who's 15 went missing last year out of his house, and nobody knows where he's at. Left the home barefooted, no jacket, no phone, no nothing. Like poof. And the last person who was there was mom. Mom. And they've been online, YouTube, like Don and Candace, YouTube, and doing all these stories, all this stuff to try to prove to the audience, try to prove to the public that they are innocent. They've done everything by the book, by the law, to try to find out what happened to this 15-year-old that went missing just one night out of nowhere. And I've talked about that. And you can go back and listen to just some of the lives, not all of them, just some of them that give you the best concrete facts. Because I'm not here conjuring up how I want the story to go. I'm giving it to you from all the people that are involved in the story so that you can make your own mind up. And that's the best way I can deliver it. And then I can say to you, what does that sound like to you? What does that mean to you? What did you take from that? What was the message there? How does that resonate with you? And then you can say, I know what to look for next. And it should be another development. But obviously, for Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, Daniel Robinson, and all the other missing kids out there, story doesn't move. It gets to a point where it stops, especially when there's no new developments. Police don't have new developments because they're not in front of the camera talking to the media. When that stops and you don't see them or hear from them, that kind of tells you where they are. Any tips, call this number. That's where it stops. They're asking for tips during the course of the investigation that keeps them going. Okay, but when there's no more continuing investigation and they're still asking for tips, then what happens? What do they do then? Well, they answer the next phone call, which may be unrelated to the case they're working on. That's what happens. And if that blows up, where do you think the time goes? And if it really blows up on social media, where do you think the time goes? And if the time comes away from the attention they were getting from a previous case, where do you think the time goes? How long does it last? Well, you know something? When you take a look at Summer Wells, it's been 4 years. Not a word. 4 years. This 5-year-old has been missing. Add 4 years, she's 9. Where's the update? Where's the update? None. TBI, FBI, I don't care what alphabet agency they come from, there's no update. What do you think they're working on, folks? Other things. The parents are still, I guess, somewhere doing something. if they can stay out of trouble from the shit they were doing at that time, drinking and smoking and all kinds of stuff on YouTube. What are they doing today? Where are they now? I like to call it. Where are they now? What are they doing now? Then you come across Daniel Robinson. In that case, his parents are still looking for him. To this day, working behind the scenes, because you can't talk too much on social media to give them any information, because you don't know if whatever happened to him, and maybe the people that he was around at the time are looking at social media for the update. So you got to go quiet. Keep your cards close to the chest until you can really find out with news from the right source. Not from YouTube, but from the right source. The right source. Blue Devil G is in the building. I saw you. I saw you. I'm going to start to scroll down because I see y'all still chatting up in here. But it's just me, folks. It's just me. Nice to hear. I haven't talked to David in a minute. He is definitely in my prayers. I can't wait to watch your interview and the Netflix documentary with him. How you know? Miss Shrinkin' Sharon, how you know that? If you're in contact with him and perhaps he shared something going forward, okay, I can work with that. But don't spill the beans, baby. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Because we've been putting together as much of what I have done to cover that case with him when he was on my lives, and all the lives that we've done and all the investigation and the research. Tight. Because there are other people watching. Other people are watching. Daniel's firm name, Matrix New World, makes all my tinfoil tingle. Yeah. And thank you, Skinny, for commenting, and welcome. It always has. I mean, for me, always has. Internet is a blessing and a curse. Oh, you got that right. It's what it is in the building. People give good information and others try to divert people away from the truth. You know something? That is so true. That is so true. And by the time you realize it, check this out, folks. For those that have followed Summer Wells's case from June 15th, 2021 till now, how many lives on YouTube, how many lives have you been through? How many discussions have you been through? How many theories, how many, oh my God, the thoughts people have had about that case? Have you been through in the last 4 years? Because June was just last month. 4 years. How much time have you truly invested in the Summer Wells case, personally, for yourself. For yourself. Now, let me ask you this. What do you know? What do you think you know? What do you truly think you know right now? It's amazing. Then you ask yourself the main question: has she been found? Based on what you know, based on what I know, has she been found? See? And that took 4 years just to get here. It's unspeakable. Now you take that knowledge and then you reflect it back on, well, damn, if any one of my family members go missing and don't seem to have a clue in a month or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, what could you be sitting with 4 years down the road? Same result? God forbid. God forbid. Because they're not here. They haven't shown up. How much time does law enforcement need to find a missing child? Is what you say. Hence, answer: if you can't find them within the first 48 to 72 hours, immediately, you got a situation on your hand. If they're not at a friend's house, relative's house, somebody in the neighborhood, somebody that knows them from school, whatever, and they're not found within that time period, you got a problem. And it's not going away, ever. And I feel for the families. In Summer's case, it's different because of the way they lived. Those folks didn't give a shit. I'm sorry to say that. That's my opinion. My opinion. They did not give a shit. They were too drunk, too busy, too preoccupied, too whatever the hell they were involved with the neighborhood and everything else like that. They did not give a shit. That's the hard part. And I'm sorry to say that. That's my opinion. I pray she's alive, but you know something? If she was trafficked, it all goes from a time length. 4 years, she could have been. Why was she trafficked, John? Well, you figure if there was something going on late at night, if people are under the influence, and Donald, the way he talked, as oh my God, if I can try to explain it. Summer meant so much to him. And in a way, it would make somebody you're married to jealous, let's just say. Someone was given so much attention that it took the tension away from somebody else. And if that attention created pride, vanity, if you will, against their own child, it's motive. I said that on someone else's channel. Just one time only. I said that. I said, that's the way it makes me feel. Someone was jealous of somebody getting more attention than they were, and something else was happening that they wanted to stop. They wanted it to stop. And the only way to do that is to change the equation. That's my opinion. And the equation got changed. However it did, in what way it did, it did. It did. 4 years later, equation unsolved. That's just with that case. Those people out there in Tennessee know exactly all the connections, especially if you're dealing from a street, neighborhood type of attitude. You know who's who, who's where, how they make things happen, and then you go from there. I mean, it happens in Brooklyn, happens in Queens, happens in Manhattan, the Bronx, all up in here in New York. They've been doing this shit for a long time. You want to make somebody disappear, it's real simple. It's real simple. And yet they do it on a natural. It's just a, everyday occupation. People go missing. People don't show up. They don't come home. What? Yeah. Your friends are not your friends. Like in Chicago, for Kanika Jenkins, your friends are not your friends. What happened to her? She goes missing. Then they find her body in an industrial commercial kitchen freezer in the back of the hotel. Back of a hotel. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody's seen nothing. That's just it. Police only did a preliminary investigation. Kind of wrap this up. We don't have any extra leads. Nobody's seen nothing. Oh my goodness, there's only one camera. Wow. And the camera says she walked into the freezer by herself. No one sees her actually doing that, not even the camera. But she walked into the freezer on camera by herself. Let's wrap this up. Let's move on. That's bad. Daniel Robinson wasn't seen on any camera, unfortunately. For Daniel Robinson, he went to work in a desert where there ain't no cameras. And you get one guy, a co-worker from a different company, that's going to meet a young 25-year-old African-American, good-looking dude that's come to work to take some samples so that he can take back to his company so that company can convert what he's collected into a report that's going to make a smart city. I want you to think about that for a minute. It's a lot of power. But he goes missing instead. Why? Why does all of this happen? Why? Sebastian Rogers. Well, you know the story. If you've been keeping up with it, take a look at how things evolved. Take a look at the day. Take a look at the time. Who he was seen last by. Where was he? Then he shows up missing out of his bed at 6 a.m. in the morning, and nobody knows where he went, barefooted, no phone, no backpack, no coat, no jacket, no resources whatsoever outside the front door. The front door. How do they get out of the house? I came to the conclusion the only way they get out of the house, my mind, and in my opinion, I have to say these things so I don't get beat up too much, is that it's not the victim that goes missing out of a particular place. It's the second person that makes the same move. So it's not the first. It's the second. You got to keep your eye on the second person that left the house. They're the ones saying he left the house. So when did they leave the house? You get it? What time did they leave the house to go look for him? Then what did they do? Then what did they do? Then what did they do next? Who did they call? Who came over? Then you go from there. Then keep it right there until you clear it, not the police, not the FBI, not all this stuff, the search crew and all this stuff. No, you keep it there until you get an answer to that question, period. Because up until you can move from that spot, that's the only spot you can look at. Because everything else begins to build a narrative. And the narrative I've never trusted. Look at oh God, look at what's going on with the Epstein trial or the Epstein case. I'm sorry, not the trial. The case, the Epstein. Since this guy died 6 years ago, look at what happened to that. Now that, it was suicide, nothing to see here. Are you kidding me? Yeah, suicide, nothing to see here. No evidence, no nothing. But you said you had tons of shit coming in a truck from New York to get to Washington, D.C. a moment ago. What are you talking about? No, just gone now. Now you see the hocus pocus? You know something, folks? When you're dealing with cases like this, that's what people do, and they make sure it goes online. The hocus pocus bullshit goes online. Tiffany Henyard done it. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people that's done it. I'm not even scratching the surface yet. It's all hocus pocus public information. Why do they call it public information? Because that's exactly who it belongs with. Public information. If they can make you believe it, that supports it, then it has to make a move and go away, or something else has to happen. They can't pull this stuff on us no more. We're too smart for it. We're too smart for it. We're too smart for it. And I can't get into where I really want to go with this right now, but I'll just let it sit. Let's see what happens. But we're too smart for it. We know when a narrative is being created. How is a narrative created? Simple. Comes from the people that are creating it. Police say one thing. Okay, that's their opinion, That is their opinion, like yours, like mine, like everybody else. This is what we think about it right now. But what are the people that are involved directly saying it is? That's where you got to listen. That's where you got to listen hard. That's where you got to listen hard. Skinny, if you're still in the room, yes, there is something coming about with Daniel Robinson. It's in the works, so you don't get this like, oh, next week. No, it's not next week. It's in the works. Something is in the works. Rogersville Police Fed is no longer available on scanner feds any longer because how many times have they had to respond to? Yeah, of course. Of course. Daniel's parents never gave up. That's right. That's right. They're still in motion. How you doing, Sugar Plum? I'm getting to you guys now, okay? I'm getting to you. Hello, Noel. Oh, my goodness. I guess I'm the only thing I've learned from Summer Wells is the sins of the parents were paid for by the suffering of all their children. Yeah. Once again, that's a sad point. A great point, too. One day you have all of your family together with you. Now, I want you to think about those people that you're responsible for if you have children in the house every day, night and day, week after week, month after month, year after year. Then one day, which takes, Lord knows, 5 minutes, a couple of hours, give or take, a small specific period of time where one of your children goes missing, and now you've got no children in the house in a short period of time. And then you get to see what the parents did after the fact as to the reason why they don't have all their kids in the house anymore. And all of the lies and the narratives that came after that, I'm telling you, that case got so screwed up. So messed up. You couldn't go back to it in any way, shape, or form. You couldn't go back to it the same. Like a rubber band stretch never goes back to its original position after it is stretched. It seemed not to care. I'm sick and tired of hearing it isn't an open case. We never got answers about these cases. They just keep opening. They just keep them open to make us feel that they're working on them. And they can't say shit about them. Right. And that's why I said what I said. When the phones go dim, folks, and they're not on TV talking to you about these cases that, oh, they once were going to, find the answers and all this stuff. We'll never give up. We're always going to search until we find them. It's bullshit. Our hearts go out to the families and all bullshit. It's just something pleasant to say for the meantime. It's bullshit. I can't stand when they have press conferences because they never answer any questions. Well, how could they answer any questions when it's only been 2 hours into the investigation? Whether it's a school shooting, whether it's anything. I think I covered with the RJRJ and a few other content creators about the Texas shooting and the New York Buffalo shooting. Our hearts go out to the families, and we want to thank our partners and other partners of the ABC family and other partners and all across the state. And bullshit over and over. It's just to let you know that it's all the same stuff. It's a script. These people just don't jump on and do press conferences without being prepared. If you know anything, please dial 1-877-1800, all this other stuff, the tip line. Okay. Because we ain't got a clue. And we're relying on the public to help us. I can't do it. Over and over and over and over and over. And all you got to do going forward is listen to the magic of the words, and you'll see what I'm saying. After a while, you get sick of it. Same stuff. We're going to have so-and-so step up to the mic that can't answer questions. Is what they're saying in every situation. So what's the point of the press conference when you can't answer questions? You know, time, this particular thing, no, we're still investigating that right now. Next. Yes, you in the back. No, we can't say at this point. That's still under investigation. You, next. And so on and so forth. Same stuff. It's a guideline. Just to say we're looking into it. If you see any progress, now here's the kicker. If you see any progress in any case, it usually happens within about 48, 72 hours, give or take under 7 days. Give or take under 7 days, depending on the complexity of what they're talking about. If it's not resolved after that, guess what? It's just something on the table. Now, some of you will agree. Some of you may say, oh, I don't know, John. But, you know, I'm just giving it to you from my perspective. My perspective. I'm not telling you that's the book. Just from my perspective, I've seen it over and over and over and over again. Same stuff. The same stuff. That's what I felt about Abby and Libby. Oh, wow. Jamaica Ward is in the building. I miss you too, love. I miss you too. You know, thank you, Shrinking Sharon, about Shanquella Robinson. Now, she didn't go missing. Shanquella Robinson didn't go missing. She went to Cabo, Mexico. Cabo St. Lucas, Mexico, with some friends. They happened to get there and they rented out an Airbnb. Ooh, prestigious Airbnb. Everybody chipped in. So it's like $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 per day for this Airbnb. And within less than 24 hours at this location, on vacation, maybe for a few days, over the weekend, At the end of October 2022, she ends up getting into a fight with one of the other travel mates. Was caught on video. The people that were her travel mates were responsible for putting it on video. There was a brutal altercation where Shanquella Robinson didn't even want to fight who she was confronted with. But you saw in that video the brunt and the brutalness of how she was handled in that confrontation. She didn't come back home, folks. According to the Mexican autopsy report, she suffered from a broken neck. How'd she get that? Where'd that come from? By the time that got back to the United States, as to what happened to her, the family was told that she died of alcohol poisoning because they had partied the night before. That wasn't true. At all. Narrative. Who jumps on a narrative right away? Then you have to ask, where are they at today? What are they talking about today? Do they want justice for what happened about Shanquella Robinson today? Real simple. Keep your eye on the ball and you can't miss it. Same stuff over and over and over. Now, what we get as content creators, and I don't care who a content creator is on YouTube or on X or on TikTok or on whatever, we get delayed information about these stories as they unfold. It's not in real time. It never is. Not unless someone has got true news camera footage with true news real time type shit like Icky Mill. He tries to give it to us in real time, or someone like that where you can see the camera talking to you and not the YouTuber talking to you. And you can see it for yourself. And the YouTuber shuts up. They don't put in their own commentary to kind of lead you into what they think is going on. I like commentary from the YouTubers that don't say shit. What? Look at this. Look at this. Did you see that? That's the right commentary. If I'm leading you into commentary, I'm forming my opinion and I'm hoping that you go along with it type shit. I've seen that too. But anyway, let me digress. I know it's been a while. I never showed Daniel at the gas station. That's always bothered me. Yeah, never showed it. I've talked to David about that. If he was at the gas station getting $3 and change to like cap off his gas tank, why would you do that? I never capped off my gas tank at $3 and change on a credit card. Who does that? Never made sense to me. So that question, Toad Kissing Queen, has been answered. It's coming up. It's coming up. No such thing as coincidences. Never. Never. No cameras showing him leaving the house. Not even a neighbor's house. Come on now. I'm catching up. I'm catching up. Let me catch up, okay? Y'all sit tight. Let me catch up. Epstein is the Boy Scout. Yeah, definitely. Without question. Boy Scout. Now, the thing about Epstein I'm coming across is that the longer you look at this, and I think that's why they want to back up from it, the longer you look at it, the worse it gets. The worse it gets. And the best place I can direct you guys to really get into the Epstein story is Tucker Carlson, his last interview with a news journalist that just came out today. If you go to Tucker Carlson's website, I think his name is Sager something. Hey, he used to work for Breaking Points or something like that. That interview is explosive. And he breaks it down because he is an investigative journalist that followed this story right to the tippy ends to where he gives you his point of view boldly up front in your face. That's the best I can do with that. That's the best I can do up until new information comes out. Other than that, the camera doesn't show anything because I believe the 1 minute that's missing from it has been AI'd. That's just me. If they can AI a person into camera footage, they can AI someone out of camera footage. Like I always thought about the Kanika Jenkins case. Same thing. And we went over different cameras. We even had the original footage sent to a forensics lab to be looked at. And we did a crowdsource type fundraising to get the money up to do just that. And they did not, the result of it is that they did not find any discrepancies with the consistency of the footage. So that was before AI came out. Talking about 2017. Now with AI in place, and you see all these images now where you can get Trump dancing and all kinds of stuff happening, and it's not real. That's how good AI is. So I'm thinking, just for me, if people can be put into video footage and it's been AI'd, then people can be taken out of video footage now with AI. So the missing minute that they were talking about could be a door opening or closing. Either way, AI can say, didn't happen. If they say it was suicide, and yet a forensic pathologist that's been, oh my God, Michael Baden, forever, this old guy, forever, 40 years, 45 years, 50 years, a forensic pathologist says that his conclusion came up more so with the fact that it was a homicide, more so than a suicide, only because of how the neck was found. Epstein's neck, how it was found. Now, who are you going to believe? Now you got the media chasing both stories, and it's there to confuse us. That's all. Like they've been doing with every single one of these cases that we've been following to begin with. It was Summer Wells, same thing happened there. Daniel Robinson, same thing happened there. Sebastian Rogers, same thing happened there. Jeffrey Epstein, same thing happened. It's always a narrative. And this is what you have to pay careful attention to. And then you have to do your own digging to say, nah, not working for you. It's not going to work for anybody. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. And for me, it doesn't work. Let me see who else I got in here. Auntie M is in the building. Not even trying to hide the fact that they are mocking us. Yes, Skinny? Yeah. I'll say what I said. Much love. Dalen Rounds all over again. Oh, Noel. You know, and it's in every story. Follow these stories as they come up. I guarantee you, everything I'm saying is going to start to show up again. You know something? John said something like that. Now I see it. Yes, we did on both. You can add on to the flooding in Texas that just happened. It's the same story in the press conference. That will, you know, they do it with everything. It's to keep us at bay until they're able to know something more. Because when they don't know, what do you think they're going to tell you on a press conference? Well, we don't know yet. As soon as we get that answer, we'll come back to you with another press conference. Hell no. We want to thank our partners and other partners and federal partners and the partners across the state over here. And let me just give the mic over to somebody else, because I don't know what the fuck else I'm going to tell you. Type shit. And then they hand it off to the mic this afternoon. And here's a chief of whoever, you know, comes up there and kind of gives you the rundown at 0300 hours. We were contacted by XYZ and blah, 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 blah. And this, that, and the other thing. We responded at XYZ time. Our department encountered gunfire from this, that, and the other, over and over and over again. More so, the suspect doesn't survive in a lot of these different stories. They say self-inflicted. Well, what video do you have of self-infliction? What proof do you have of self-infliction? I've always asked myself that question. You don't see shit. Self-infliction, I love those stories because that's how they open them and that's how they close them. Self-infliction. Oh, damn, now we're not going to get the truth. Jesus, not again. Or make you go on backwards and not forwards and flip. Yeah. Crazy. Wasn't it toward the right? I don't know. It could have been toward the left. Noel. I don't know. The paperwork said, yeah. You know, the Idaho, and thank you for bringing that up, Noel. Idaho, and I'm sure that a lot of you have been following that case, the Idaho 4. Now this guy is going to do a 360, go through all this drag out. He's going to be exonerated, all this stuff, narrative, only to turn around and get a plea deal just to stay alive. Now, if you walk away and know what you then know at that point on how people bullshit us up until the point to where they can't do it anymore. That's as far as he can take it. That's as far as he took it. Think about it. Then you have to ask yourself, then what makes me believe that Epstein committed suicide without proof? What makes me think that Summer Wells walked off the property and no one saw her? What makes me think that Sebastian Rogers walked out of the house when there were family members there? You'll see the same tape play over again and over again and over again. And then when the content creators on YouTube get a hold of it, look out. I think I'm going to be busy for the next 4 years trying to figure out what happened to Summer Wells. Or I think I'm going to be busy trying to figure out what happened to Daniel Robinson. Or I think I'm going to be busy trying to figure out, since last year in February, why a 15-year-old went missing from his house when his mother was there. Oh, wow, where do I go? Well, let's go to the content creators on YouTube. And some of them get it right when they can get it from the horse's mouth, but you learn something there. And then some of them just speculate because, hey, there's nothing like super chats and stickers and becoming a member. And oh my God, I feel so tickled. And guess what, folks? You ain't see none of that flag up in my chat. Once again, let me back up. I am not knocking those that do YouTube full-time for income. I'm not. To come on consistently without a particular case getting developmental results, or something has changed or something like that, okay, I got a problem. And it's not coming from a good source. In fact, sources don't exist. I heard, oh shit. Well, from the neighborhood, oh shit. Well, so-and-so emailed me, oh shit. I got a call, oh damn. That's where my mind goes. It's just me. Just me. But yeah, I wanted to reconnect with you on some of my thoughts tonight. I miss you guys. And it's just been a wild ride. The whole damn thing. At trying to make money. Well, yeah. And like I said, I'm not kicking other content creators. I'm not. Never have, never will. It's just though that on tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day, and then the next day, and the next day. What is law enforcement saying? We're the officials in this, and all this other stuff. Nothing. Oh, we believe. Okay. And I get it. I get it. And it's not to take any food off their table at all. But for me, I get it. I get it. But I wanted to share that with you because I share my thoughts with you on my channel. Only on my channel. And I appreciate Kenny Earl is in the building. Whoa, yo, what's up? So here's what I'm going to do. I haven't done in a while, so hopefully I can remember how this works. StreamYard, game of telephone like when we were kids with a couple. No kidding. StreamYard has been changing my background here, so I've got to get used to this, but I'm going to drop the link right there for anyone that wants to come up and comment and talk with me. Welcome me back. You don't have to say nothing about what I was talking about, but just to come up, welcome me back. Take yourself off camera. If you don't have a avatar, don't worry about it. I guess, StreamYard gives you a letter or something like that from, the beginning of your first name or whatever. But I am going to ask you to turn your camera on and wave at me so I know you're a real person and not a porn bomb. I've had that experience. People porn bombing. Oh, as soon as he lets me up, I'm going to show my ass. Oh, great. No, you didn't shave. Goodbye. I had that done and damn, it was only 35 seconds. I missed it. Somebody said, "Yo, John, you're being porn bombed." Oh, damn. I kept going on with the live, but I had to go back and cut that piece out. Literally cut it out. And it destroyed the whole chat I had for that time. So do me a favor, if you're RJ, just turn your camera on for me real good. We haven't spoken in a while. Just to give me a heads up that you are who you are. RJ, if you can hear me. Let's see. I am in the studio, but I have no camera to turn on. All right. Here we go. We're going to try this. Is this the real RJRJ? He's got a millisecond, according to his voice, to identify himself. How's that? Ready? 1, 2, 3. RJ. RJ. Can you hear me? RJ? What do we do, folks? What do we do? Because he usually responds to me. Let me do it again. Maybe he's got to adjust something. RJ, hit the link again. I'll drop it again. Maybe something didn't connect. Had me sweating over here. Oh my God. Okay, he said, "Oh, I still don't have a camera." Okay. I'm in the studio, but have no camera turned on. Okay, try it again. Maybe something didn't connect right, but denied, denial, or can I say they must be 3 years old? Said that these cases are a drop in the bucket. There's so many more. That's all we keep hearing. It's the same stuff. No, I mean, hopefully you don't have a long way to go. It is what it is. So I think I'll be on here for a little while to try to give you guys a little time to respond to my coming back to you and giving you some of the thoughts that I have in regards to this craziness. But just to give you a heads up, it's what kind of craziness are you getting from YouTube? And YouTube is a great platform. I am not knocking it at all. And you've got some really good content creators out here that are following these stories, no doubt. Then you've got some, I guess, some other people that feels like it's just at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon type stuff that's got nothing to do with the rest of their day. And they say, well, let me jump on YouTube again, even though I was just on like 3 minutes ago. Hammering on details that they couldn't explain in one way, but needed to come back on to explain the same details to you in a different way. So that you didn't misunderstand them to begin with. What? Dreaming of Blue Skies is in the building and sandy beaches. Welcome. Absolutely. What case you've been going over? I got shadow banned. You got shadow banned, Ken. Ken. I think sometime I get shadow banned. Because there's a hell of a lot more people that know about John Q than I realize. But when I come on, it's like I like exclusive. So I'm not worried about it. But nevertheless, wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. Blue Eyes Dumpling. Hey, Don Q. Don Q. I don't know if I want to change my name to Don, but I know where you're coming from. Now you're being harassed. Wow. I'm thinking about what Blue Eyes just said. Don Q. Well, I don't consider myself a Don. The Q I can work with, always, but not a Don. John, yeah, but not a Don. John, that was me trying to join. I'm having issues. Hang on. Okay. No problem. And sometimes if you're trying to hook up, especially to a live stream, and you're moving, and let's say you're driving or something like that, Wi-Fi has a tendency of going in and out with everybody. That's why I don't try it. I don't even try to do it. When I get to my computer that's close to my Wi-Fi, I'll have a good, strong signal. I'll go on. And in this way, I get no lag time, no buffering, and all this extra crazy stuff. Then they want you to pay more for it. Oh, if you're buffering and all this other stuff, you're going to need a stronger signal. Oh, how much does that cost? Well, that'll be an extra $100. Oh, shit. I'm not going there. Now you're touching my budget. You're touching my budget. I'm only allowed a certain amount, okay? I spelt the name wrong. Okay. No, that's okay. I mean, I do the same thing. I've done the same thing. I wanted to bring that to your attention because if I didn't, and the chat said, oh, well, is it really John Q? He didn't say nothing about Don Q. Well, hell, is it really him? But people have identified I guess me with my voice, to know the difference. Yeah, that's him. That's him. That's him. All right, RJ, let's try it again.
Hello, good
RJ.
sir. How are you?
Hey, now I hear you.
Yeah, give me a second. You're still going to get a bit of an echo for some reason. It's not
No
quite
echo.
working right.
No echo. No echo. You're good. You're good on my side anyway.
Okay. If that's fine with if you're good with that, I'm good with that. You can hear me, I can hear you.
How you been?
So what's going on, good sir?
Oh man, it's been a while. How you been?
You know what? I've actually been busy doing good. Doing a lot of good.
Everybody in the family's doing well?
I'm sorry.
I said everybody in the family is doing well?
Of course.
Good. 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 I'm glad to hear that. Mine too. Mine too. And thank goodness Vanna, who came in here earlier, hopefully she is still here. I said, wow, that name reminds me of my granddaughter, Savannah. I wonder if she's a Savannah, you know?
Oh,
And
yeah.
then most definitely she said, yes, I'm a Savannah. So, yeah, long time no speak since, wow, it's been a while. It's been a
Well,
while. So,
yeah,
um,
life's been a bit busy, but you know, it's had its good moments, it's had its bad moments, but
now you
all in all,
sound
it's been
much
pretty good.
better. Now that you sound much better now that you're closer to the mic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was moving my headset around. I'm not hearing through my headset. I'm hearing through my speakers, and I was trying to fix that, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, feedback. I know I must have triggered something. So,
It's not you, it's me. I'm out of practice with doing things.
you go ahead and take us where you were when you heard my voice and said, "Oh man, he's talking about this one. He's talking about that one. He's getting into this. He's getting into that." And, oh man, there's certain things that he's saying that's chiming with me too. So
Well, you know how it is and how far it goes back with you and I. We got on to Summer Wells one day and we said we're only going to be about an hour, and 5 hours later, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. And by the way, everyone in the chat, this is the real RJRJ. He is who he is. So I'm not talking to a bot.
No.
Just to let you guys know, you know, um, a
There it
lot,
goes.
a lot of that case, rang true to me because not shortly thereafter, Daniel Robinson went missing
Right.
out of Buckeye, Arizona,
Right.
and we just had an anniversary just last month on both of them.
Oh goodness, yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
Um,
I said, man, how time flies. When I spoke to David Robinson earlier this afternoon, I said, man, how long have we known each other? And he said about 3-4 years, I think. I said, my God, it's been that much.
yep.
And sure enough, yeah. And it's like
Eh,
both these children have not been found. Well, I can call Summer a child because she was 5. Daniel was 25, 20 years on Summer from that, but no
I,
cameras,
I'm
no
of the
nothing.
opinion. I'm of the opinion until the day she's found, she will ever be 5 years old.
Yeah, me too.
Until we have proof of something different, of saying they found her and she's now 9 years old, and because of the same thing that happened with the boys, I know you don't talk about the boys. Um, she's now going to go into the foster care system, and we're going to try to give her the best possible life.
Yeah, I can't talk about the boys. I mean, once they were taken, it's not a lot has been said, and to some degree, I appreciate it because it kept the boys' privacy intact. No statements were made or anything to come from the boys that was allegedly, supposedly, according to Candace, watching Summer.
So there was an update within the past month and a half, maybe 2 months.
Okay.
The boys are thriving. I mean, they are doing good. There was a leaked photo. They're no longer scrawny little boys. They've grown up. They've put healthy weight on.
You got a photo?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying there was a photo leaked.
Okay.
It's not
because
through any official channels.
I never tried to, to post them up to do anything because
they're still minors.
That was a part of the story that was a part of the story that I said privacy is one thing, and just be careful because that's a very fine line. So I've always kept them, isolated, but always there.
Right, yeah. And that's why I'm saying what I am saying, that there was a photo leaked of them. They're no longer scrawny little boys that they once were when you saw at the press conference. Where
I can imagine
they're healthy. They put on healthy weight. They're growing up correctly, and compared to what the Wells could have afforded and could do for the boys, they're spoiled.
Well,
in a good way.
I can imagine, and thank God, because as I made commentary earlier regarding their living conditions, and it was just a bad place altogether.
Well, that was my comment. The point of my comment that you said was sad but truthful. That's the point of it. Is out of the tragedy, and this is where I kind of remain with Summer Wells, is just like Chris McDonough said years ago, nothing has ever caused him to leave the parents' property.
Right.
And I've remained there as well because he told the truth. Nothing has ever proven that she actually left the property that day.
Right.
Other than the account of H and his sister.
Well, I've said the same thing.
So my mindset has always been, what has always happened? What has happened around the property, on the property, that could have been tragedy?
Neglect.
Exactly. And neglect. I can't get past that. I can't get past that. There was so much neglect.
Absolutely. And, from the way I covered that case and Don's ride to the other side of the mountain and all that stuff about, what is it? Something loop. Anyway, it's been a while. It's
been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. And I said, well, what would make him go here out of all the other places? And he's recording this. What would make him go to this chimney top loop? I think that's what it was. And record his drive and how the road was and how rugged it was and the neighborhood. And why would you go here? Why would you record this? What would make you think that she may have been put here or taken here outside of every place else in Hawkins County? And
what kind of distraction are you trying to present?
Yeah, exactly. And then listening to their narrative and going back and forth through all of Don's craziness on YouTube, amongst other content creators I said, I'm not going to bite down on nothing. I'm going to just take it from where I have it. It's the house. It's the report. It's the house and it's the report. That's all I got. That's the only thing I can focus and target in on. Since nothing developed from it, from law enforcement, I said, stay here until things develop. Other than that, I got to move on to another case.
Well,
And I
it's
did.
like
Did.
it's like what's going on with Texas. I know it's not your main coverage, but you have missing kids. Okay, so I'm bringing this to you on that basis.
With
There has to be
with what just recently happened, right?
right. Well, exactly with Texas.
Right. Okay.
The flooding I'm speaking of. I apologize. I should make that
Okay.
clear.
Okay.
There has to be accountability had by the adults. And if I did have a camera, I just did air quotes. And by that, I mean the county officials, the persons that are in charge of licensing, districting, all of that. Okay. I want you to remember back, and I know that you're going to get my reference. Remember back to 1987. There was a story out of the same region. A flash flood happened. And there was a bus of Christian kids. The bus got washed away.
You got me on that one. 87?
Yes, 87.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You got me on that one.
The thing that people will remember out of this whole entire story, at least what stands out in my mind, is the kids, the teenagers that survived this incident were clinging to trees, hiding up in the trees, and they were singing gospel songs with each other to the other kids that are hanging out in another tree to keep awake, to keep alive, and to see if the person in the other tree was still awake and alive, surviving, doing what they had to do to survive the flood. Why in the world? And people, please forgive me. I'm going to apologize right now. I may be putting my cart before the horses on this. There has to be accountability. Why, if you had known there's a history of the catastrophic flash flood in that area, would you allow a campground to be licensed to be along that river? This was preventable if only the people that were responsible for saying, no, you cannot have a camp there. There's a bad history. We need to put you somewhere else where they're looking out for the safety of the children that you're trying to have a campground for.
Right.
It's the same river, a different county, but it's the same river that has a history of catastrophic flash flood. Exactly what happened.
87. Okay. Okay. See, now to me, when I came across Summer's story, it took YouTube by storm. And I was getting emails left and right about Summer's story. And I said, well, who is Summer? Summer who? So, oh, check this video out. Check this out. Check this out. There was some YouTube videos. There was some articles and stuff like that. And I said, wait a minute. And it grabbed me. And the thing that grabbed me was that it reminded me of, some other stories I was looking at. And I said, how does she go missing in broad daylight when her mother's there? when her mom is there. Went to the news articles, went to what there was posted, heard Don Wells talk about what they did when they were ready, I guess. I just didn't bite down on it. I said, well, let me look into it a little bit more. There's got to be a little bit more facts. How does a 5-year-old claim to have walked off private property in Tennessee and nobody see it? How does it happen?
That area is pretty desolate.
It's dense. It's dense.
With trees, yes. Trees and brush.
I mean, it's dense all the way around. And then to find out how dense it was with the neighbors, with the issues that the neighbors had, the families that live in the neighborhood. Oh my God. The region that it was in.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot captivated me. And I said, you know something? This child went missing from the family's property.
Mm-hmm.
And they're claiming that she walked off. Why would she walk off? Until you found little nuances of certain things happening from the family directly because they were on YouTube. A lot of what they did was on YouTube. And I was sitting there going after one content creator after the other, just taking notes, not on them, but whenever they had any direct family member discussing the case, because I wanted to hear it from them, parents. Just like I did in Sebastian Rogers' case. The parents got to get it from the parents, right, in order to build a character profile. Just in my opinion, that's how I do it anyway, to build a parent character profile. I said, no, there's something more going on here. There's a whole lot more going on here until you find out on YouTube the antics, the chemistry, why he's on and she's not, why she's on and he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they get together, all of the stuff that you and I went through, not only talking about the case, but, independently of the case, to say, what is your grab when you saw this and that and going back and forth? And I said, wow. I said, children are subjected to the absolute worst.
Yeah. And here, my position on that was, and it remains this way, there's so much information, misinformation that can be so easily floated out there.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that I had discussed when I was covering Summer Wells was I didn't put it out there on the first source. You were mentioning that a lot of people were saying they heard this, or they got a phone call, or they were told. And I will be the first person that I said, I did say things that I was told, but it was from the third and fourth time that I heard consistent information. And there were some people that said, hey, I know who you are, but I don't want my name out there. And I was like, I can honor that.
Yeah.
And then there were people that you knew were just of the street. Let's just put it that way. They're of the street.
Yeah.
And they were telling information about other information I had said. That there was a runner issue.
You covered a lot. Yeah, you covered a lot on your channel And
I tried to be fair.
I truly appreciated, those things that you identified caused me to think and tighten up. Then you had your own commentary that did a lot more for me.
I tried to be fair about what I was finding out about the family and about the situations that I had heard. But I wasn't I never held back of saying what I believed either. And yes, some of it was I heard this from here and I heard from this from there. But I don't want to say I had blinders on, but I from all the information I had heard, I filtered down to, does this make sense? How does it make sense? And can it be provable? And that's what I tried to do my best to base my opinion on with Summer Wells. And somebody in your chat was saying, talking about the horse pond, and that he was saying that Summer was
does things. Okay, now you're back.
Oh, but I wasn't here?
No, you weren't here, so you got to repeat.
I was talking away. I'm sorry.
No, you got to, okay, but you got to repeat because I just saw a buffering circle on my phone, and I said, okay, let me take it down because, people are very sensitive about photos and all this crazy stuff. So
okay, so what I was saying that is that with everything being as I mentioned in the chat, I'm still in the same area that I was back then, being when Summer went missing. I still live about 10 miles away. And what I was saying was, Rosebud, thank you, was all the information I was hearing, whether it be, somebody saying this or a rumor about that. And I tried to always boil it down or bring it down to what was believable, what was provable. And when I got to that point of this is provable, I seriously, no matter what I was hearing as a local, I always tried to give my opinion based on what was provable. Even though I would talk about some of the other things, like the whole runner issue with Don Wells, when and his ties to Knoxville that nobody came forward ever and spoke of to confirm. It was there.
Mm-hmm.
It still was. Donna was saying, I don't think it was Donna. I apologize. It was Rosebud saying about the whole what H had said at the lake or about the lake, where she wasn't being watched, and he thought she was underwater longer than what Candace had said.
Yeah,
and she just wasn't right afterward. I honestly believe if anything had happened, it was related to the lake and the time that she had spent in the car that day. Especially I
remember the live you did. I remember that live.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I felt you had a very good point, because
I still feel that is key events in the whole timeline of what happened that day.
Yeah, I agree. And I said between that, what we know for sure is where you have to stop and then see what develops from that point. How does that situation change?
Right.
How does it change from that point to where is proof of life after that point?
Right.
In my mind.
And that's where we have the end of, in my opinion, the end of proof of life was the moment that they dropped Hunter off. Because Hunter was with them at the grocery store.
Right. And the beginning of an independent narrative.
Exactly.
I got you. Yep.
It's that
So
moment,
that's
and that's that moment. That's that same moment that begins the 3-4 hour gap of time that nobody has an answer for.
exactly. And once you have that from law enforcement, because that came from what's his name? Sheriff
Ronnie Lawson.
yeah, there you go. He brings it up.
And that really,
Why did they wait 4 hours before they contacted law enforcement?
and that
Well,
really just confirmed what I had believed all along, is
right,
that something happened or began to happen at this point that we cannot explain, and we need answers for.
right. And that's where I stopped. I said, okay, well, you can't go any further.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're waiting for leads. She could have been trafficked. She could have been this. She could have been that. She could have walked off. We're not taking it off the table. All this coulda, 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 coulda. Where are they now?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Well,
Year 2, year 3, year 4. Where are the updates? Wait, okay, we see what they're doing. We have a missing child. June 15th of 2021. Went missing in the afternoon on that date. And where's the consistency that we expect from law enforcement to say if you're looking for a missing child and you pulled out all the stops in the beginning, where are the stops now? And I said, okay, well, I got something to talk about. And then obviously Daniel Robinson, where are all the stops? Same thing with him. But he went missing from work. And no cameras, no neighbors. It's just poof, you show up to work and you're done. And no one, even to this day, could say in the Sonoran Desert out there in Buckeye, Arizona, covering well over 200,000 square feet of sand. You mean to tell me in a no sundown town, as they called it, you can't find a person of color that's missing his right hand,
Mm-hmm.
working for a company collecting water samples, and that just goes missing? I said, okay, I got Summer, I got Daniel, until Sebastian Rogers showed up. I said, here we go again. He's at home, 15. They got him on camera at the restaurant. And then after the restaurant, that's it. Okay, now you got to stop. Where does the narrative come from? Okay, comes from mom, comes from stepdad. What are they really saying? How are they saying it?
Right.
You know, I said, we got Summer Wells all over again. And my last live, I think I did on my channel, compared the two. And obviously, whenever you do a case like this, and this is just me, you compare previous cases before it to see if there's similarities.
Right. Exactly.
You know, I mean, we're novices, we're not professionals and stuff like that. We're taking a look at what's before us, as everybody does, and you're trying to delineate it to the facts. To
Mm-hmm.
the facts. What did the police make a statement on that we can get recorded from the news? Okay. What documents do we have to support any kind of corroboration between the news and the police? That we can get through FOIA. Okay, what are the individuals directly related to say. That could be the parents, that could be relatives, that could be whatever. And they show up making independent videos. Okay, so we got that because it's factual in the court of not opinion, but in the court of law. And you have to collect that. Okay, now you take all three and put them together.
Right.
And now, what narrative does it really say? Where is this case actually?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's where I am. And so I have a stopping point. I'll cover a case, get it out there, give it what I have found from my perspective, and then I'll stop. If the information stops, the case stops.
Right. And
regardless on who's talking, the case stops until it's corroborated with the right source.
right. So, and that I got to the same exact point because we're going to come back to that in 1 second. You can leave that up. I'll explain what that is. I got to the point with I also had a health issue, but I got to the point where I just had to stop. Not only because it was just rinse, repeat, regurgitate the same information and try to package it as new. And this is coming from all creators, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's what it came down to being for Summer Wells. Now, right. I bring this up. Now, this is Bristol. It's a half an hour to the east of where we live, approximately. The temperature, now, Bristol is a slightly higher elevation. It's more mountainous than Kingsport is. It's for some reason not giving me Kingsport weather. It's saying I'm in Bristol. Okay. This is June 15th, 2021. Does anybody see the issue with the story from the word jump about summer swimming that day? I can tell you that the temperatures here in Kingsport area was maybe 2 or 3 degrees warmer, but not significant.
So you have 75 as the high on the day she went missing.
Mm-hmm.
73 is the low
mm-hmm.
on that day, which is June 15th on a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
The day before was slightly higher to 86.
Right.
The day before that, which was Sunday, a high of 86. The low, 81. All right, so we go now to the end of the graph, and we have Wednesday, June 16th. The high that day, 75. The low, 72. And this is midday. All of these areas that I'm identifying is 12 p.m. or thereafter. And so when you have a high, and then as you get into the next hour, and then the next hour, and then the next hour, or 2 or 3, you have a decline in temperature, mm-hmm. as the graph shows. Exactly. Now here in New York, the high up here doesn't get high until 2 p.m.
The high of the day typically here in Kingsport doesn't happen till about 5, 6 p.m. That's our hottest hour of the day. So wow. This particular, we don't get me wrong, there are days where we'll be hotter at 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm just giving you the typical. So on June 15th, 2021, nobody said it yet, and I'm watching the chat here. Don Wells and Candace Wells both said in almost exact wording that it was so hot that day. It's the only thing they could do to cool off was to go swimming.
And that would be the 15th.
Exactly.
So the high that day being high of 75 on the 15th between 12 p.m. I think the next number over is what?
6 p.m.
8 p.m.?
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yeah, hang on. I'll blow it up a little bit more.
Yeah, if you could. So everybody can see this.
Get it a little bit more focused on the 14th, 15th, and 16th for you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Time, date. Now take a look at this. If you can bring it down just a pinch. Okay. 15. We got Tuesday.
Hang on 1 second. I'll instead of scrolling my mouse, I'll scroll this way.
There you go. Take your time.
Is that good?
Get rid of the top. We know what date it is.
All right.
And right there. There you go. So 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. Now look at that time travel between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. as it drops off.
Mm-hmm.
They get to the low 59 degrees the next day at night and doesn't come back up until about 12 p.m. the next day. The
way I read it is that the line bar, the separation line bar, that's
breaks
12 a.m., 6 a.m., 12 p.m.
Right.
So you're looking at, for it to hit 75, that's 2 o'clock, like I said, between 5 and 6 o'clock in the evening. That's the hottest time of the day. 5, 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay,
I'm looking at the 16th here, but still the 15th, the high point would be about 5, 6 p.m.
Okay, so temperature wise is one thing. Humidity index is another. So one temperature could be just that temperature, but yet the humidity index is a separate part of the temperature. Do we have humidity here that would even make sense to the claim to say, "Oh, it was hot as hell here"?
No.
Type stuff, even though we have a temperature of 75 on the high, which is one aspect of how the day went. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at what? Partly cloudy? Partly cloudy, more cloudy than sunny.
A cool front had come through in the morning. It was sticky hot on the 14th. And
so we have humidity.
It actually knocked the humidity out, and it was much cooler on the 15th than it was the 14th.
Okay. And that plays a very important part, because in that particular picture, now with temperatures being 75 on the high that day, how cold would the water be?
The river, it is actually coming out of the mountains. It's coming out of the mountains in Virginia and eastern part of out near Bristol, coming into Kingsport and going down. So it's the Holstein River and its tributaries. So
we have running water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, going from one temperature of point of origin down into where they were to that point of origin, and then out from that point of origin. Okay.
Yes. The swimming area is north of where I don't know if you're from. I don't remember if you're familiar, but Eastman Chemical.
Of
It's
who?
north of that area, so it's just south of, or actually just west of downtown area. Southwest.
Okay. You see, but you brought up a very good point. From that time, 12 p.m., 12:30, give or take, whatever time that they were there at the swimming hole, we could gather that this would be the temperature of the water. I get that. However, everything that comes from there to get home is a mystery.
Right.
A big mystery. The places she stopped was her narrative. How they picked up grandma from the emergency after she got her medicine, mystery. The ride back home that allegedly she took from her phone, showing her drive after dropping Hunter off, was a mystery because she turned the phone and Summer was laying across milk.
Right.
Okay. So what is she doing? She's trying to portray proof of life, and then the next thing we find out is that she goes missing after that.
But their story unraveled long before they went swimming. They said that the storyline that they gave was it was so hot, and I know this is not their exact wording, but and I'm paraphrasing it, but their statement was, this is both Don and Candace, and it was almost verbatim of each other. It was so hot that day that the only thing they could do to get the help Summer cool off, or the cool off that day, was to go swimming. And their story completely falls apart at that point. And that's exactly why I bring that up.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that because lets me know that you're reminding me of things that about this particular case that it just made me stop until I know. Do I go forward? When I don't know, you stop. And I stopped. I said, well, let me wait, pick up another case, and then go from there. And shortly thereafter, I said, well, what the hell? There's another one.
The last comment just made, you might want to take a look at that, because Rosebud's right. In the video where Summer was laying on the milk jugs, Grandma asked, what's she doing? Or excuse me, Candace asked, because she was driving, what's she doing? And Grandma responded, she's sleeping.
Right. From someone else. So that third party thing always bothered me. How would you know she was? So, with that, I'm like, okay. Till I got to this one. Right here. Which only took place after Summer went missing.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay. Now, Miss Q, you remember her, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
How is she doing?
Yeah, everybody always asks me that. Yeah, like we're married.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean like you were nick and knack with each other.
Well, yeah. I mean, we hooked up. She brings this story to my attention, and Daniel was 25, field geologist for New Matrix World uh, company out in Buckeye, Arizona. And she said, John, I've come across something you really need to take a look at. I said, really? And she showed me, she started sending me stuff, emailing me stuff. And you really need to take a look at this because I'm in touch with the father and I was able to reach out to him and he was real, welcoming and whatnot. I said, well, whatever you got, send it to me. Over the course of a couple of weeks or so, I was able to pick up a lot of what she was able to collect. And I said, I got to do a map. And hence, what I'm
Oh yeah,
notorious for is map work.
you and me both.
Yeah. So I said, well, let me go to map. Let me see if I can figure something out. And if it's something I can pick up, I will. And she said, fine, but you got to take a look at the story. And sure enough, she was able to send me everything she had before I ever spoken to David Robinson, Daniel's father. And the more I looked, and then articles, and then postings, and then all kinds of stuff started coming in from the people that were following in the case, I said, okay, let me see if I can pick up on this and present it. I did. I got such a response, even from Gisela from the Netherlands, who came across my channel, found out that I used this picture of Daniel Robinson and emailed me. If you need any further information, I'm covering the case, she said. And these are the Grizzlies on YouTube, Grisella and the Grizzlies, True Crime Channel. And she sent me information and I said, she's into this. And we were able to, collaborate in a way to where I need to keep my eyes on this case.
Right.
How does someone like this go missing from work? You're missing from home, hence Summer Wells. How do you go missing from work now? Hence Daniel Robinson.
From what I've heard you say about this case, about Daniel Robinson, the only thing I can figure out, because of its location, because of the story that led up to it, somebody and the position of that he held, he would have had to be typing up legal documents. He was in charge of licensing, state licensing, if I remember correctly, or a state certification. And somebody did not like what they knew he was going to report, and he was targeted.
Wow.
The only thing I can figure out, he was targeted. Now, is it necessarily because of the report? No, but that to me is an obvious reason.
I hear you. Look at this. Just in your mind, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Who would ever think your child would be missing out here? Out here.
That's exactly the point. And that's why I'm saying, because of the location.
I said, I'll take a look at it. I did. And I came across some very, very crazy and suspicious things out here. One, this is not a typical story of someone of color, him being African American, go missing out in a damn desert on job assignment through a company which he worked for as a field geologist, collecting samples, water samples, for a huge smart city development covering well over 200,000 miles of land. And I'm saying, well, shit, this must have, what report could they have gotten from him if he came back to the office? If he came back to the office. So now we're digging into something else. And I said, no, I'm not going to try to even stretch my imagination on that. Let me stay right here where he was. And I did. And I studied picture after picture after picture of what June 23rd was for him that day. It was, sunshine, just like summer. No clouds. There was supposedly some scattered clouds for rain, but it rained a little bit and then stopped, like we have here in New York. And to see this terrain and to see who was building it or building upon it, this complex, took me into my research. And Trillium and Douglas Ranch had a contract with the Howard Hughes Corporation to actually begin breaking ground in this area. I said, really? There was a lot of anomalies that I was able to find from the gate, and I brought this up on the live too, about the red paint or the discoloration of a particular color that showed up on the front right end of his vehicle. And then how this gate was actually positioned, if you could see it.
Yeah, it looks like that would be transfer from something, because
it could be a transfer.
The condition of the gate it is now. I am taking into, there's a slight uphill going from left to right.
Right.
But still, that looks like it's been hit and forced open.
Right. And I said, okay, I'm just collecting my evidence. Why would a gate that wouldn't look like this in anybody else's view be looking like this? And you just don't leave shoddy work, so to speak, according to a contracted situation pertaining to buffering or fencing. And then I looked at the ground. I'm looking at what is all the gravel about. And the gravel that's in this picture bothered me. I'm thinking if this was a stopping point, it created more of a deep decline or a ditching, if you will. And that's what I found out it was. It's to prevent ditching. Because once you pull off a certain point from stopping, and these are trucks, these are cars, these are Jeeps, these are every vehicle that you can possibly imagine, it chews up dirt roads like behind it, like back here, dirt roads. It begins to chew up the ground that you're stopping at every time you pull off.
Right. And if
Okay.
somebody's got a heavy foot,
Right,
lead foot,
especially if you
they're
have a
gonna.
heavy load. Right,
Mhm.
right. So it creates a ditching type of situation to where gravel now has to be used in order to protect the foundation from continuing to be or go
Eroded.
into a ditching mode. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm saying, okay, when was that put down? I asked David that. He said, I didn't find that out. I said, please find that out because somebody paid for this gravel to be there. And this
Oh
is a
yeah.
ditching, you know. Where did the paint come from? Is it the paint that showed up on Daniel's vehicle? I'm going back and forth. Now I'm engulfed because this is where Daniel met the co-worker from the other company, Weber Company, on the day he went missing and showed up right here at this front gate and didn't make it out. Didn't make it out.
So has this housing community been built?
To date,
Yes.
good question. I can't go into that particular part with you right now, but RJRJ, let me tell you something, brother. That's on the way.
I have information I will hold to after the live, and I'm not trying to be like I know a secret. It just
No, it's just being careful. That's all.
exactly. And this you did say this was Arizona, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's I'm going to preface it this way so people do know that I'm not trying to be all secretive. Like I know something. There, goodness knows, there's a YouTuber tied to Summer Wells that go, I know something. It's not for YouTube, and we'll discuss this privately. I'm not trying to be that person, but because of the sensitive nature of the information, it's information I've discovered that I'm going to pass on to John.
I appreciate that.
That it may need to be looked into, that it's best to be left as until it's investigated under wraps.
No, I appreciate that. You know, up until I covered this case in accords, in conjunction with what David Robinson himself said, yeah, that's okay, John. That's okay. No, not yet. No, not yet. No, I don't want that out there. And I've followed his instructions to everything that I've presented about the Daniel Robinson case according to David Robinson's approval.
Right.
Now that's the way I will always do a case, because once you get into an area of, conjecture, hypotheticals, all this extra shit, I call it, then you start to shift the narrative. And I never want to do that, not with Summer Wells, not with Kanika Jenkins or anything. So that's why I run in my own lane. I stay here, and that's the way I'm good, But when you can find the evidence of certain things of your research that begins to unfold certain things, like you can see the front end of Daniel's Jeep right here. And when you can match the gate, let me go back. When you can begin to match the gate to the substance that could be, I've always said that, could be, if you can look at that color, could be on the front end of a vehicle that was found a mile and a half to almost a mile and 3/4 of a mile away. On its side, and on this gate, and I asked David, could he go out and take a careful look at the gate? Guess what? This is an original picture of the gate. David Robinson took, and sure enough, he sent me the picture that had the same thing. I said, I saw that from a news article. So was he trying to go in or come out? How was the gravel? How was the background? Did it look like there was some kind of vehicle activity behind it or before it? It is a vehicle.
Yeah,
That's the end. That's the end result of a vehicle that was found in a ditch 25 feet in a ravine, turned up on the right-hand side of it. Windows smashed out. Right side definitely damaged from vehicle impact. I began to do my research and took the vehicle, looked at the paint, and then the gate, and then the vehicle, which is on the right-hand side, and said, I don't know. I'm going back and forth, and I'm looking at the vehicle. I'm looking at the gate. I'm looking at the vehicle and the gate, the vehicle and the gate. I'm putting certain things together, and I said, I don't know. There's something wrong with this picture. What time was it? You can't tell. There's no cameras out here. None. But if Daniel had to, whether he was going in or coming out, there's something going on with the gate. Out of all this, across the street from the gate, directly across a 2-lane highway called Sun Valley Parkway, is a ranch where cattle and horses and all kinds of livestock cross the street from this particular area from the gate that's owned by somebody. In fact, the vehicle was found by the livestock owner or rancher of the livestock that he was crossing the street to get his livestock over across Sun Valley Parkway. I did all kinds of stuff. I said, I got to measure certain things. I've got to find out where Daniel's Jeep was found. I've got to find out where Daniel's work site is. How far from the actual gate entrance to the area of where the livestock crosses the street on Sun Valley Parkway ends up. And my research took off over and over and over again. And then I wanted to find out, well, who the hell is working out here? Who's doing all of these developments for Daniel to be out here? How much is this? Where's the money coming from? So to speak. How is this put together? How long is a project, if there is a project? And if there is a project, how long will the project take? Going through this. And so for everyone in the chat that's still with us, is getting a mindset as to, what John Q is doing. I want to welcome all those that are new. Noelle is in the building. Miss Angel is in the building. Showing you this stuff. And I went over it and over it and over it. And here you can see where Daniel's vehicle was actually found, which is the picture to the left.
Can you go back to the map for a minute?
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
What is that highway number?
That's going up into that region?
Left to right.
Yeah, left to right is Sun Valley Parkway.
What's the highway number? It's a numbered highway, but I can't see it. Is that 1070? What is that? It's the blue and red marker.
Okay, so going up to Cactus Road.
So on your south here, you have.
Let me see it. Let me see if I can do this.
It's I-10. Got it.
Okay, yeah, this is I-10.
Okay.
And from I-10, going west from east and hitting the exit, you connect to Sun Valley Parkway. Then you go north. So he went north to West Cactus Road, and then he was at the gate. Now, take a look. The point he entered here and here is not long at all. As you can see, it's 23 miles up until he went to West Cactus Road, where the front of that gate is, where he met the co-worker that we talked about from the other company. It's a water company, and he's coming from New Matrix. He's doing samples as a geologist, and the guy from the water company is the one handling the pumps, the water pumps that they were going to work on that morning. And this is between the hours of 9 and 9:30. My estimate, give or take, 9 to 9:30. Now, he meets the co-worker at this time. They go into the well site, which is 1 mile in and 1.5 miles up to this spot here. 1.5 miles up and a mile in. He followed the worker. The worker takes him to the job site. They get to the job site to work on the water pump, if you will. And all we hear in the police report is everything coming from the worker and nothing actually coming from Daniel in terms of dialogue. What did he say? And what did you say? What was the dialogue that happened between the two of you when you went to the work site? Why do you think Daniel left? Things of that nature. And so it was a preliminary investigation, but nothing deep. And this is in David Robinson's opinion. There was nothing deep going on between that dialogue. He said this, oh, I want to go back to Arizona to rest in Arizona. And that's it. Daniel gets back in his Jeep. He buckles his seatbelt. He closes the door. He starts the engine. And now you start to get this see a little bit more of a change in dialogue because there's more detail as to what Daniel did than you hear as to the worker, as to what he thought was really going on. Was he high? He never says. Daniel's boots were untied. Okay. He was acting strange. He was looking off into the distance like, he was thinking about something else. I asked him whether he was here to do work or this, that, and the other thing. It's the dialogue that bothers me because there was dialogue there. But the dialogue in the police report is very specific, more so as to what Daniel did according to his narrative than what Daniel said back to him from the dialogue he had with him. I said, I'm having a problem with that, David. I said, we're not getting a response from this guy. He's just saying what Daniel did, but not giving us a response as to how he responded to Daniel being in whatever condition that he was trying to describe. I said, I can't do it. I don't know if you can. And he couldn't do it either. And Miss Q couldn't do it. I brought this up to Boss Blake. He couldn't do it. I brought this up to several other people. And they couldn't do it. You can't tell what this guy is talking to Daniel about because it's not in the police report. But yet he's making a point of giving the police a report just in that way. I said, I'm not buying it. There's something more to this. There's something more that's going on here. Because if he's saying that Daniel got in his Jeep and drove away, that's his alibi. And David picked up on that. I said, he's getting Daniel now away from him to say he got in his Jeep and drove away and nobody else seen him. Type shit.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. Now, another person that the police department said that they bumped into was someone out here shooting. I don't know what time that was. A little after 10 a.m. that morning, 10:30 that morning. They were on government land target practicing. Target practicing. That freaking early in the morning. Now we're talking about Buckeye, Arizona, folks. We're talking about the month of June, folks. We're talking about temperatures that could reach up to 125, 130 degrees Fahrenheit, folks. When the fuck would be out there target practicing?
Nobody.
I mean, think about it. We were talking about temperatures for Summer Wells just a moment ago. Now, you think somebody was going to be out here about 10 a.m., 10:30, 11 even, I'll stretch it, doing target practicing?
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'm not buying that either. Who is what we're talking about? I got his picture too. How long was the connection between the time Daniel had this so-called encounter with this target practicer? He said that Daniel told him, this is government land. You can't do it here. If you go up further and do it in the opposite direction, you'll be fine. Is pretty much in a nutshell what the conversation could have been about. Remember, we don't know.
You ran into that a lot with Dylan Rounds as well, where there was property that they couldn't search because it was Federal Reserve land.
Correct. Yep. But other than that, we don't have the dialogue in the police report. See, that's key to me. People talk to each other, duh. You know, when two people meet, they say things to each other. And that's what I look for. I look for that in the Summer Wells case. Now, you can't find it because you don't know what Summer said. You can find what Candace said, but you can't find what Summer said. So now we have a one-sided story. Same thing here with Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting theirs, but we're not getting the response. I said, point number 2, I don't trust Ken and whoever met Daniel when he allegedly left the job site. Now, where do we find Daniel? Well, at the same time of suspect number 2, allegedly is where Daniel has something going on with his Jeep. The airbags deployed at a certain time. This happened later on in the afternoon, past 12. He's got airbag deployment at that time. Now, what did he do? Crash into something, hit something, whatever? But from 9:30 to 12:30, I'm going, okay, 11:30, 12:30. 2 hours later, he hit something or airbags deploy? Why? Now I'm at suspect number 2's location. Airbags deployed. Daniel gets out of the vehicle because there's something going on right there. And that's where the story stopped with me. But then you have the narrative from the person who investigated his Jeep odometer come in and say that the Jeep went 11 miles before the second crash or the second impact that showed up on the infotainment system.
Right.
Oh shit! Now you got me messed up. He's had an accident allegedly at 10:30. Airbags deployed, but yet the Jeep continues to move 11 miles somewhere, only to end up on its side in a ditch. See if I can find that for you. Wait a minute. I told David, I'm not buying it. This is not working out for me. I said, I don't even think I can even do anything with this. I showed you that. Let me show you something. Here it is. Yeah, here we go. Like that. Later on in the afternoon. On its side. And I didn't have this organized because I didn't know I was going to actually be getting into this, but I said, well, let me do it. Let me do it anyway. You know, because there are certain people that have been following this case with me. Taking a look at this airbag deployment, 10:30, and then the Jeep actually being found a month later by the rancher who runs his cattle through this same area I just took you through. a month later in this ravine. And you can see how steep this ravine is from right to left. This is a 25-foot drop from one side and at least half that on the other side.
Gotcha.
This is a ravine. It ended up right on the cusp, in the crest of the ravine.
So for that, a vehicle to experience that much damage and to be in that kind of position, it would make more sense that it was either driven partially or pushed partially or completely from the embankment that was the steeper. But
that's to the left, right? Because you can see the crest of the road right here at the top. You can see the crest of the road. So this is the deeper side, which the front of the vehicle is pointing from at that side, with the wheels cut to the left hand. So I said he's had to have come down the deeper side. Let me see if I can find it.
But I'm going to add on to that it's possible with the amount of damage that this was done, something caused it to be flipping down the embankment.
Right. Okay, so you now you think about it. You're going down an embankment that's 25 feet. You know, you're taking a dip somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You want to try to avoid hitting the dip directly, so you got to turn your wheel either to the left or either to the right to avoid the full impact. So one side is going to take the impact versus the other. Now I get this, and that's why I show you this here. Because tracks prove that Daniel's vehicle that came from the deeper end right here ended the way it did. That's deep. If you can take a look, let's see if I can bring it up. You can take a look how steep that is. I mean, look from the crest, boom, where the actual vehicle ended up, which is here.
Mm-hmm.
So there would have been no choice. Whether you turn to the right, the left is going to take damage. And if you turn to the left, the right is going to take damage.
Right.
Either way. So from this path, and you take a look at that. This is an aerial shot that was taken by the CAP, Civil Air Patrol, the day they actually found the vehicle, which was 1 month later, to identify the actual location of where Daniel's Jeep ended up. A month
so these
later.
were fresh tracks then, because even though that the Arizona is not known for storms, you still have wind, which would move loose soil and cover tracks.
Correct. You can see it from a lower altitude. This was a drone shot coming from same direction. See the people here. Bad picture. Taking a look at how deep that ravine is. And you can see it. You can see the dip vehicle and then the dip coming out of that area. Who the hell would see him on level ground? Really nobody. So
no, you had to be in the right place at the right time to see that.
Yeah, correct. I mean, so it's like saying, okay, nobody gonna find anybody out here when you can take a look at the Jeep trajectory. Nobody gonna find this dude out here. We put it here, and he's done and disappears. So right there bothered me. I said, David, I said, it's just too convenient. When you want to make somebody disappear, I mean, where would you put them? Where no one can find them. Where no one can find them. They just burn up and get eaten up by all of the animals that are out there, the birds that are out there. It's 100 and some odd degrees in June, July, August, September. Arizona's hot. Now you get the smell of carcass and corpses and anything that smells up there. That's where they're going. By the time anybody realizes it, it's all gone. Now you turn into bones.
Right.
Now to get there, to see from a bird's eye view, where did the car come from? And I made a map of that. And from the aerial trajectory, this was easy to find. I mean, for me, because that's where the Jeep ended up. And you can see that. Absolutely. So, David, you got something else on your hand, man. I can't go at it any other way.
Right.
You know, this was planted. Yeah, and he knew that. He said, I was hoping somebody would see what I see.
Oh, I see it as well.
Yeah.
100%. I see that this was not the natural or the original crime scene. Even though the vehicle is the crime scene, a part of the crime scene, this was not the original.
Right. Correct. He says, I was hoping somebody would say that. I like the way you look at things, he said. I said, well, I'm only looking at it. I said, either way, and I'm looking at different scenarios as to why he was on that road to begin with. Did he make a wrong turn, decided, okay, I'm going too far south. I don't see the entrance as to where I came in, turned around, and then started heading north, which, according to this, he was doing, but he bumped into something else.
Mm-hmm.
If his vehicle had an accident before, which when the airbags deployed at around 10:30, what time is he traveling here? How bad are the windows? Can he see out the windows to try to even make any kind of visual on the road that he was traveling? But this is too direct. I said it's too direct, whether you put it far to the right, where I have it here,
Right.
far to the right, or far to the left of the right on the same road traveling back to go north, because they made a wrong turn. Who else was out here to possibly deter him? Now you got the rancher moving his cattle through this same area. Why? Because when they spotted the Jeep, they were about here.
So he had an avenue to look up into the valley.
There you go. There you go. How would you spot a Jeep that couldn't be spotted by the Civil Air Patrol?
Right place, right time. Again, right place, right time.
That's what I'm saying.
He was at the correct point to be able to look up while he was attending to his cattle, his sheep, whatever the may be, to be able to go up. Maybe he was on horseback, most likely. And from the vantage point of being on horseback, he had the right angle to be able to see up that way. Whereas
how? That's what I kept saying to David. I said, I can't do this, man. I said, because if he's running his cattle from south to north on a road on the side of the road going across this area here.
S-dubs, yes, we are.
Yeah, it just raised a lot of red flags to me. I said, did you ever talk to the rancher? He said, yes. And I'll keep that conversation private. I went as far south as I did to retract myself to do the same thing. I'm lowering the scope. I'm bringing the land back up into scope to where you can see more of it. I end up in the same damn area. I said, how? I said, not unless he kind of knew that it would be there. A month later, not a day later, I said, Civil Air Patrol covered a wide area. I have the map. I've got all of it, of that. I backed up, did it again, backed up, did it again. I took another angle. I said, okay, there's no way. It's placed in this red dotted area. It's placed just too perfectly for anyone on the plains, if you will, to see anything.
That's what I keep going back to. That's what I keep going back to. Right place, right time, the right angle, you had to be in the perfect spot. So this screams of somebody's local, somebody's familiar. I'm not saying they did it as far as what happened to Daniel. I'm saying as far as getting rid of the vehicle.
Right.
Somebody's local. They knew how to navigate through this area. They knew what they intended to do.
Absolutely.
It just screams of that. And like I said, the rancher, I'm not going to sit here and say he did it. You know what? He was on the what I'm going to say is he was in the right place at the right time and had the right angle.
And I kept looking at it. I promise you, RJ, I kept looking at it. I said, I need another bird's eye view. I need another angle. The quarry is up here in this region. Quarry, according to the police report, is where he went. I said, okay, let's follow the quarry. Let's follow the road. Coming out of the quarry, coming here. How could he come out the quarry from the north out of the south without turning around? I followed the quarry, followed everything, which gives us exactly what, see, out of the quarry from the south. You had to have turned to follow the road again. Okay, well, I got to go back where? I'm going north. I must have made a wrong turn, so he's going back.
Right.
But something happened here. Something happened right here. And I said, okay, what the hell is this? And I'm looking at different posts. Is it a well? What is this? Is this a structure? Something that told him to turn around because he went too far south. According to Ken, he went southwest. Well, guess what, folks? This is southwest of where they were working. And the only road that he could follow is the same road that leads to the quarry, past the electrical station. No, I'm not where the hell I am at all. So what do? Let me see if this road here takes me back. Following that same road, still going south, now you go west even further to get to the road that now takes you back north. But I said, it doesn't make sense because this is the point right here I have a problem with. Right there. After going south, why turn around there? Not unless somebody else was out here, somebody else was looking. And when you can take a look at the whole map, I can't do this. Now you take a look at the whole thing from a bird's eye view. I said, I can't take a look at this. From the job site up north, down south, he doesn't make a left-hand turn coming from the gate. Why make a right-hand turn and continue going down south past the electrical station, down south into a quarry to come out on the south end to turn around and then begin to go north again?
Have they ever gotten GPS? Or let me rephrase this. What is the age of the vehicle and what type of vehicle is it?
That 2017. It was a 2017 Jeep Cherokee. He just bought it.
Okay.
Just bought it, and he wanted David to come down to Arizona to come and see it. This is only 2 months old. Dad, I just bought a Jeep and I got the car and this, that, and the other thing. And oh, you got to come and see me. And his father made the trip. He planned the trip. Oh, I'm so proud of you, son. This, that, and the other thing. But when you can take a look from a bird's eye view, and I've looked at this, man, hard. Gate, going to work, coming, leaving as Ken said he did, and then going southwest. Southwest is here. Then continued going south. I said, well, why the hell did he turn left? Why would he turn right? Once again, this is my concern. This was always my concern. If you knew that coming in you turned right, why would you go south to turn right again? Why wouldn't you turn left to go back where? To Sun Valley Parkway.
Mm-hmm. Miss Justice, and then you.
Yeah, and then you find the rancher that was involved in. Look at this quarry. Why didn't he turn in here?
Well, he never got to that point.
Exactly. Okay, but it passes that point. It passes that point because there is a road. Look, there's a road that goes there. Why didn't he turn left into that quarry? Why would he continue to go south, hit this point, make the wrong turn when here's the turn you need to make? Turn left after you come in and make a right turn. And that bothered me. I said, what did he meet here?
Mm-hmm.
Right there, which made him turn south. To go south, past the electrical station to enter this quarry. Couldn't find a way out. Why would you continue going south? I shared all this with David. I said, a lot of this is not making sense to me. I said, what do you think Daniel did? He said, I don't think he said, John, I don't even think that, he even did all that.
I'm not going under the presumption of I know how much he made, so I don't know any features that he could have or would have had on the vehicle, other than to say that a 2000 Jeep Cherokee, a GPS package was on board.
Correct.
However, to have it unlocked was a $600 fee. It was not naturally unlocked. So,
and it's a very good thing that you brought that up. When David met the Buckeye Police Department, he asked for his phone. He didn't know anything about the infotainment system that Daniel had in his Jeep. He hadn't seen his son. He was going to see the Jeep and his son at the same time. Okay. So when you ask for the phone has an app. The app is attached to the GPS system in the infotainment system in the Jeep.
Okay. So he did have active GPS on that.
There you go. And
so
so the SIM card is missing.
So the GPS would have tried to put him in a direction of a numbered road, a county road, state road, things like that.
Right.
So that is a possible explanation of if he was following his GPS and the GPS is not certain where it is, it's going to go and try to get the most logical of get him to a numbered road, because numbered roads, this comes from when I did truck driving. Number roads actually have a system. Odd number roads always are north to south. Even number roads are always west to east.
Okay.
And the numbering system actually starts from the west and goes east, from the south and goes north. That's why when you look at the map down south, running through this area, running through Texas, on all the way across from California to Florida, is I-10. But if you look up north, let's say Minnesota, it's I-90. Same thing with California. You have the 5, and on the East Coast you have 95.
Okay.
Same exact thing. It was a logical system that they put in place that way. If you were lost and you knew how the number system worked, you could find a number road and navigate your way that way.
There you go. And what road, since you brought that up, what road do you think would have showed up on the GPS?
Well,
come on.
It's got to be 10.
I took you through it.
It's got to be the I-10.
Or what?
Oh, we were looking at it a few moments ago.
Look at the screen.
Yeah.
What road would that GPS trigger?
Yeah, I don't remember the road number, but
there it is, Sun Valley Parkway.
Right.
That's the road. That's a main strip that goes from south from the highway I-10, goes north, and then cuts across to the right, or going back east. That's the only road that there is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's listed on GPS, but that's a road that he never came back to. See, and that's what messed David up. Why didn't he come back? If he had GPS, infotainment system, app on phone, but yet the SIM card now is missing. I'm like, oh man. I said, somebody knew something. I said, this is not explaining out anything to me. Because when you have an operating GPS, it's going to work on all major, whether it's on Google or whatever have you, it's always going to work on major routes and roads, whether they be interstates or intersections to interstates. And Sun Valley Parkway, obviously, is an ingrained road that comes from I-10. So where does that road go?
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to follow it. Now I got to go back to the beginning of the gate. Now I've got to go, okay, he went here, he went there, he got to the job site. Now this person says, oh, he just got in his car 5 minutes later. without saying a word. Now he's going to go south. He doesn't make the turn that he should. He goes southwest. He's going someplace else. And then a month later, his car shows up right there. A month later. I said, no way. I said, what could have prevented that from happening? So I go back to the airbags when they were deployed. I said, do you have a time? He said, about 10:30, give or take. I said, okay. Did that mess with the GPS systems at the time, or was that disconnected somehow?
Well, if anything, we've learned, if anybody was watching Karen Reed court case part 2, or the second time, or the first time, which just ended last week, not only the navigation but the onboard computer system would end up having an event notification and logging an event,
right,
and that would determine when the airbags went off and what, if any, additional systems had been triggered or logged into that or reporting on that information all at the same time.
Correct.
That I was mentioning a moment ago how the 2017 Jeep Cherokee had a GPS system, but not necessarily tied to a mapping system, the infotainment, as John was calling it. It would, even though it may not have that system, it would still be able to get a GPS location, possibly, and note that in that log of information that the event happened at this location.
Yep. And I'm sorry, chat. I fell behind like 9:15. Oh my God. But yeah. And Miss Angel is in here. My goodness. I missed a lot of chat notifications. I'm sorry. I'm now searching for Daniel as subs.
John,
this case is very suspicious.
John, it was like old times, man. Been like old times.
Another one, and I appreciate you, coming up. It's good to hear that you're okay. Your family's doing good. To hear your voice again. And then me coming back after, I had to take a break. These cases, when you get into them as a content creator, I don't care who you are, you can get so immersed in them, and in a way to where sometimes if you close your eyes, you're not really sleeping.
Right.
And some of these cases can get that deep because you've jumped into them in that way, emotionally, physically, to where, you have to take a break. I told David the same thing. I said, Dave, I got to take a break. I'm looking at things sideways and I don't want to mess this up. He said, no, I get it. He said, I've been sleeping that way for a long time.
I had the same thing where I don't want to say it's burnout, but there was a lot of things going on with my job, and it just, and while I still haven't gone live, and Miss Justice, I appreciate you advertising my channel since November. I had to walk away. I really did. I was just, we mentioned it's like you jump feet first into 20 feet of water. You got to find out what is treading water, what is swimming, and what is failing so miserably it's just sinking. And there was a point to me, plus I had a health scare, I had to walk away for a little bit.
No, I hear you.
I just being honest, I haven't talked about it much. Only a couple people know, but I will say it. I almost had a stroke in November.
Oh, don't do that.
Right, exactly. Now everybody understands why I just disappeared and walked
Don't do
away.
that.
I had to. I had
Ugh.
to. It was,
Good. Don't go stroking nothing, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not even I say don't go stroking nothing, not even yourself. Let somebody else do that. You know what I mean?
Well, my blood pressure was staying about 140 over
Oh
100.
my God.
So I was in deep trouble. And I had to walk away to get my priorities right, get my health in order and things like that. And with that, in order to make sure I was able to go to doctors and whatnot, I took on a different shift at work, and it made it impossible for it to go live. But the good news is I've gotten promoted from my job. I'm getting my health still in order. I've lost 40 pounds roughly since November. And it's been not like a huge, I'm lost 30 pounds 1 month. And then no, I've been losing 5 pounds, 6 pounds, whatever it works out to be consistently every month.
Oh man.
So,
okay. Walk, eat, and breathe.
Oh, I do.
Walk, eat, and breathe.
Yeah, well,
you gotta become a couch potato almost, but you're walking and breathing, but you have to eat and then work out. Just do the walking and take calisthenics as lightly as you can to rebuild your bottom to get to the top.
yeah. Well, the good thing about the good thing about the job,
Doing all this damn stroking shit, man. Come on.
the good thing about the job I have now is I'm not working past 7 o'clock in the evening any longer. So I will be able to go for a walk after work.
Right.
And do things like, or I am capable of going for a walk after work and doing things like that. So like I said, for a while, it was just, I had to cut out YouTube, and life's getting back around to that. It's just, it's taken a time.
No, I'm glad you at least tune in. That's fine. But that's heavy. When it costs you or getting to cost you some kind of energy and it relates to health, oh hell, you got to pull back.
Yeah. And that I just, I know some people were curious and some people did send messages and things like that. And I didn't answer because for a while I didn't want that information out there, but I trust you and I trust your audience, and they're not going to go and use that.
My audience has always been good. That's why you see the numbers. Look, look at the numbers. Yeah, it's small. I love exclusive.
Right. And I know
I
know your audience has in the past enjoyed that I joined when I had gone live, especially when you were with me, it was always, I don't want to say an info dump.
It was always intimate. It was always intimate,
Right. But it was also very information thick. When we put information out there, it was a lot of information to digest. But I just wanted to say, that's why I have not been going live, is I had to put my health in order. I had to put my health as a priority.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you're feeling better. Things are turning around because, when you have to take a stop, and I had to, not necessarily for health reasons, but I had to take a stop. There's, I'm into Sebastian Rogers deep. I need to pull back There's been nothing coming out. Then it reminded me of Daniel Robinson. It reminded me of Summer Wells. It reminded me of all of the cases. John, did you ever take a break? Yes. When was it? When the information stopped, stupid. Oh, okay. So what are you digging for? Take a pause, relax. Stop watching YouTube content creators continue to go on acting like they know what the hell's going on. Get the facts, start pulling up news articles, and get the facts that way.
Right,
Go to the location, see if there's anything going on with police, see if there's anything going on with the attorneys, attorney generals of the state, see if there's any lawsuits. Guess what? I can do that in a half hour. And then I can say, okay, nothing yet. I go to work, do my thing, come back home, go food shopping, grab what I need to eat, da-da-da-da. But just something, but you can get on YouTube. I said, no, I don't have to worry about that. I said, I'm not monetized. And nothing is going to, like commercials and ads pop up on my stuff. I said, you're good. You're good. Leave it alone. Keep going. Keep going. Till you have something that you want to say to your audience, because the real ones will show up. Guess what?
Absolutely.
Everybody in the chat shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who's here right now is real. I said, I ain't going to worry about that. I said, they'll be there, even if it's 2 people. I said, I'm not worried about that. I started with 2 people, actually 1, and then 1 grew to another one. I said, okay, they know what I'm about. After what, going on 6 years, they know what I'm about. And just to see a notification, if they still haven't clicked on, they'll get it. Or they don't, or, somebody says, something? John Q was on last. Oh, man, I missed that. Let me see what he's talking about. And they'll come back over anyway. Hopefully he's back and he's going to be, continuous. No, I am not a nightly news organization and financed by XYZ to be doing all this extra stuff. Miss Justice knows. Mm-hmm. And I thank Miss Justice because she's still with me. Think about it. Look at Miss Justice. She's in the chat.
I know. She's how Miss Justice found me because of you.
Yeah. She holds the chat every time I come.
And then she started seeing me on other channels and started hearing what I had to say on my channel. And she became one of my people as well. And when she showed up, she showed up.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I look at it, So when I show up and I say, oh, you got no mods tonight, John. And it brings me right back to the beginning of my channel. I said, well, when you had your channel just got started, guess what? You had no mods either until you began working on doing videos and lives more so than videos. And I said, I love going live because, you can interact with people. Videos, they can just watch or not watch and just leave you a like if you beg real hard for them. But other than that, I said, I'm good. I said, I'll go live like that. And then I can present my information in real time rather than a video that can be like wiped out based on other videos covering pretty much the same story. type stuff. You can get lost in that. But if you go live and you're going to be on for a little bit and people can interact, I said, I like that. And so I stuck with it. I mean, I'm not hurting. But when I saw you in the chat, I said, oh shit, RJ. Okay.
When I got that
And
notification,
I saw a couple of other content creators in there. I said, okay.
when I got that notification tonight, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not going to go and watch TV. Let's hear what John Q has to say."
I said, "There's that stuff. There's that stuff. He must have something to say. He hadn't been on in a little bit. He must have been taking a look at some stuff. And I have a lot of stuff, and I'm disappointed."
You hear a lot of times when a creator wants to slam back at somebody's comment they have in a chat room. Go touch grass. You're not. You're all stuck up in the YouTube world. You need to go outside and get touch grass. But it goes beyond that. You've got to go touch grass. And I'm not meaning this to be a negative, but it's not just to go outside, and it's to gain perspective.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing. But everybody seems to want to, collect more members and collect more super chats and stickers and more members and grow the chat. There's nothing wrong with that. But you know something? Here's the thing. Before we were all able to do this, what were we doing before? What were we doing before? We were dealing with our own independent lives.
Right.
The best way we could. We didn't have to jump on anything in 24 hours, 48 hours to try to convince someone of anything. Now you get on a phone call, it's independent phone calls. That was the old way. Now you can go on live and put your life on live in 2 seconds. And everyone's got something to say. And my father used to say, and it brings it right back to the point, when you're wearing your feelings on your sleeve, you let everybody know what you're thinking and where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not about that. It's about how you're feeling about yourself and what you're looking to do to improve from where you are. That's all he said. That's all he said. Basic. Now he's military, but it was basic. I said, okay, Dad, why would you? Oh, this happened to me today. Let me go live. Oh, this happened to me today. Let me go live. Oh, this happened to me today. Let me go live. I mean, today is crazy. Today's crazy. You do a TikTok, you can do 30 seconds, a minute, give or take, but you're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing at that time rather than doing what you're supposed to do? That's what I say. If you're live, then you're somewhere talking to people about what? Something that you're looking to do, something that you're going to do, or something that you should have done, but couldn't because you're spending too much time doing something else. And that's how I got that philosophy locked down. And I said, if I hear something, I'm going live. If I can put it together to capture where I last left off, and that makes sense, then I'll go there. Other than that, I'm on pause until I get it. And for me, that's always worked. I'm good. Everybody do your thing. I'm going to do my thing. And guess what? Family first. Well, life first. Family in life. And then count your blessings because you're still here. And then you can choose and do what you enjoy doing. And just be real. Just be real. I don't have to come on live to try to get something from somebody all the time. And when I see that, I'm going, damn, again. Damn, that was 4 hours ago. Damn, 5 hours ago. Damn, 10 hours ago. Survival of the fittest, as Charles Darwin, who actually wrote that comment, survival of the fittest doesn't necessarily include people that don't believe in that. Then it was changed to survival of the unfittest. Those that are not fit have to prove themselves, in other words. Those that are fit are always proving themselves. No, I say it's not the survival of the fittest or the survival of the unfittest. It's all of us. The here and now is so much more important than trying to survive too fit or survive because you're not fitted. The here and now says, God has blessed you with this day. Make it what you will. Do your very best, regardless of what it is. When you go to sleep tonight, I'll let you know the rest. That's it. Period. And I've been good with that since I've learned about Charles Darwin. I said, that dude's wrong. And that's what's created a lot of problems of the survival of the fittest, because they're the ones that's messing everything up. Survival of the unfittest, we see that every single day because of the stories we tell, rather than take the moment of just saying, thank God, I'm here. How can I be of service? How can I be better than I was yesterday? Come on. Because in a second or a couple of hours or a couple of minutes or whatever, we can become the next story. Honestly, we could become the next story. Oh, who was that? Oh, okay. And guess what? Story in, story out. Next. Because all you have to do is listen to the story of Summer Wells 4 years ago. Daniel 4 years ago. Sebastian. Oh, it's going on a whole year, if not past that. What can we do about the stories? Absolutely nothing. Because it's information coming from a different party. And that's what everybody's talking about on YouTube. Everybody's talking about the same stuff differently on YouTube. That's it. We're not in the real know. And I've never claimed myself to be in the real know. But after I do know, I can say what it is. I can at least say what it is.
Right.
And that's where I sit. I can say what it is and then prepare people for what may come. That's all. That's it. Other than that, I can't go far into the future, but I know a lot about my past. I know a lot about the past because of the age I'm at, and just give people a heads up. That's all I can do. And I'm sure, and that's how I found you. So he's not a projector. He's right here. This is what I
Exactly.
found, and I can show it to you. This is what I found, and I can show it to you. This is what I found, and I can show it to you. I said, okay, I can follow RJ.
Well, it's like that time and date website. Granted, the example I pulled up was Bristol,
Yeah,
and
like the weather.
that's exactly what I'm saying. It's a few degrees off. We were a few degrees warmer from my recollection, but we were not so much hotter that it would have been, as if we were across this opposite side of the state.
Right.
It's still, in my opinion, despite what the parents said, it was too cold to go swimming that day.
I would think so. I mean, to me, shit, the hotter it got, for me to enter a swimming pool at 85, 90 degrees, it's hot as hell outside. All you want to do is try to, get into a swimming pool or something. Water's cold.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Only because the skin is warmer or hotter. Doesn't change the temperature of the water. It just changes the temperature of your body.
And your
It's
perception of the
experiencing the heat. That's experiencing the heat. Other than that, you jump in that water in a little bit, you go through the elements of biological adaptation, and then you find yourself swimming a little bit, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, give or take, but you'll be in the water, swimming like a fish. Then the water becomes warm, and you don't even feel the coldness no more.
It's like we're roughly the same age, I believe. I think you're a little bit older than me, but
no, I'm just 100 and something. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Exactly.
right. You're right. We're the old crew.
Right. But my point of bringing that up is when we were kids and we ran a high fever, what was the response of our parents? Go throw them in a tub of cool water. Go let him play in a tub of cool water. It'll bring his body temperature down.
There you go.
Give him some Motrin or Tylenol or whatever, and let him sleep it off.
The old school.
Right. That's not the response
stuff
today.
Yeah. Now, there is one technique that I have not seen fail at all. Somebody's got a fever. You don't put a cold towel on their head, even though that's where it's the hottest. The brain is capturing everything that the body is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I found out through reflexology that you put a cold towel on the bottoms of the feet.
Yes.
That transfers temperature into the body. Why? Because the feet are the ones that absorb the energy and everything you are. Everything that you are. And if you want to affect temperature of the body, you don't start from the head. The brain already knows where you've been. You got to go where it's not known. You go to the bottoms of the feet and put a cold compress on the feet.
Mm-hmm.
It travels upward. It follows gravity. In fact, it's more anti-gravity than anything else. Because temperature is almost like a luminary. It travels. When you can feel it, you'll always feel it from there first. Why you have a headache, why you have a stomach ache, why you this, why you that, why you're not feeling well, why you feel pissed off, angry, this, that, the other thing, whatever. But I guarantee you, you get a towel, you run some cold water in the sink, in the kitchen, the bathroom, wherever, okay? And you lay that sucker down like a placemat and put your feet on there for about 10, 15 minutes. You want to talk about cool off, body temperature, everything. Just a little tidbit for those that, get flared up. Life is about being flared up, being about turned up, being about, oh yeah, it's about going to the high without understanding the low. And these people out here with the media shit has got us turned up. Oh, why doesn't Trump go after the people that surrounded Epstein? Because it's not ready yet. Okay. All right. Why are we in the war with Ukraine that's going after Russia? Oh, because he hadn't figured it out yet. It's real simple. Why do we have all these wars going on?
Well,
Why are there so many, just so much stuff? Because people are turned up by them through the media application, through the stuff we watch every day. And you can't get stirred up by it. You can't.
Some of it has everything to do with, if you think back to the 90s when Clinton was president, they had this whole theory of a war. And it was literally called what the movie was called. It was Wag the Dog.
Wag the Dog, yeah, with Robert De Niro and Dustin Hoffman. I remember.
And it was a pure distraction move. We don't want you watching what we're watching. We want you watching what's happening over there, which is really nothing.
Right. And that's the key. When they're saying one thing, slow down. Here we go.
The opposite direction.
Here comes the story. Here comes the story. Here's what it's all about. Here comes the story. Oh, damn. Hang on. We did this and we did that. We followed protocol. They didn't want to listen. This, that, and the other thing. And so we had to do this. We had to shoot missiles. We had to shoot bullets. We had to whatever, where lives are lost. Real estate property is lost, whether foreign or domestic. People lose things only because of other people. All right, so now you say, well, what did they do to us? What did anybody do to me? Type stuff. Nothing. Oh, so what the hell is this all about? Something else. Always something else. And as long as they begin to lead you into believing what that something else is, you are susceptible to following what that something else might be. But you can't take it at face value. Everybody, thank God, in this country is starting to say, well, show us some proof. Show us some proof. Summer walked off the property. Show us some proof that Sebastian Rogers walked out the door. Show us some proof.
Right.
About this, about that, and so on and so forth. But they can't do it. So now what do you lean back on? You lean back on you. It's all about you. Now, what do you think it might be? See, and that's where they always leave that blank to say, what do you think it might be? And guess what? You can fill in that blank with just about anything you can think of because they gave it to you in parts and pieces and this and that. But you know something? I've always believed that the science, if you will, of the former past of MK Ultra, of all these mind manipulation type techniques are lingering or have lingered or have improved in our culture today than any time in its place. It's changed cultures. If they can say it long enough to make you believe it long enough, you begin to believe it long enough. Because they've been saying it long enough. It must be true. It's not. And I don't know.
You started off tonight by saying about First Amendment rights and how some people take advantage of it and some people basically don't know what their rights are and what it is the right application of their rights.
Right.
There's a court case that's in a federal court, and you were asking me where I've been or where my focus has been. I've been watching a lot of court cases lately, and this actually court case has gone on for a couple years now. It's finally gotten to the point where it's in federal court, and it's a lawsuit now because the person that was having all these things done them got tired of it and is going after their accuser. Because there's implications of it involving a business and doing detrimental damage to the business and everything like that. That's why it's landing up where it is. However, there is a court in, I want to say it's Cedar Key, Florida area. I don't remember the exact small town. But the person that was being attacked through the courts by a neighbor, they were running a business, part YouTube business, part they are storage unit flippers. They'll buy storage units, they'll go through it, they'll resell the items that they find in the storage unit. They were not only physically threatened, but verbally attacked for things they were saying on their live, on the YouTube lives. And it landed up being a huge court issue where the court in Florida, and it's still questionable how it falls or how it's all going to land out. They were when it comes to somebody on YouTube, what degree or to what extent is somebody extended their First Amendment right versus somebody else's rights? And I keep going back, and granted, it's been a couple years, and it's not totally determined or anything like that. It's still going to have implications on what can be happening or what extent of the law that a streamer, whether part-time or professional, full-time, of what they can and cannot say and what they can and cannot do, that a lot of people are getting away with currently. So if anybody wants to take a look at that, like I said, I would encourage you to. I think I've given enough information without promoting a channel that John Q has no affiliation with or no knowledge of, to give you an idea of where to look. Cedar Keys, Florida, and it's landing up in federal court in Florida and things like that, where you could find the information about that. But
well, something, and I don't mean to cut you off. Everyone, including people in the chat right now, everyone is entitled to their opinion through freedom of speech.
Oh, I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. I'm just saying there is an attempt at attacking that's going through the court systems in Florida currently.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. But when you can do that, when you know that there is a law of freedom of speech for everyone that is a quote unquote a legal citizen of the United States of America, and you see what we see today, what's under attack? Same
Oh,
thing.
oh yeah,
Same
100%.
thing. Okay. All right. So if you can get to that, then you can get to change mindset, opinions. It's not the way you think type stuff.
Hmm.
It's what we say. It really is, and you don't know type stuff. I agree. People should push back. No, it's not the way you're telling me. Because what I see, you haven't straightened it out yet. You haven't given me facts. You haven't given me something that I'm going to be satisfied with yet, with proof. See, with proof. Hence, with proof. Old school stuff, it still works with proof. Don't just tell me something. Don't let me know about something. Oh, I heard, and this one said, and all this other bullshit. We already hear that. How are y'all catching up to that? But that's what they've been doing. Well, since they've been doing that for years, why change it? Let's keep it going.
Hmm.
No, with proof, because you would expect that from your child. Did you go to school today? Yes. When you know otherwise, because a teacher called you hours before to say that your child was missing from class. Or did when it comes to child parent, when it comes to spouses, not spouses, but boyfriend girlfriend relationships. What are you after? You're after truth. It's the female asking the male where he's been for the last 3 hours. He says, "Oh, I was just hanging out." What do you think she's going for? A little bit more of the fine tuning, like where, with whom, who was there. Females can dig on that a whole lot better than males, because males almost like pass it off. But then again, there are some males that I get a big credit to that just they don't buy it. They can
Right.
call bullshit.
Hmm.
Females can call bullshit real quick, because when you feel it, you know better. And that's just me. That's from my experience, my opinion. Females can call bullshit real quick. There are certain males that can do the same thing and call bullshit. There's just not enough males calling bullshit when they should stand up and be males, versus the females out there calling the bullshit, have screamed the bullshit, and yet nobody listen. Type, type shit, if you will. So it's the repetitive message. What am I hearing over and over and over and over and over and over again that's trying to break down the values that I've grown up with, to rely on, to be a part of, to know what truth is versus everything else, and it's attacking us every day,
Oh yeah.
over and over and over and over and over again. So I say, within your heart, and hence prayer. It's not religion. Just go to prayer. Prayer aligns you, and I'm sure you can agree with me on this. Prayer aligns you with, the old school method works. They're trying to wear that stuff away with the newer generation, with the younger generation, to say, something, believe it or not, it's up to you. Everybody says that. And I'm going, are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
Are
Well,
you
that's
fucking kidding me?
that's exactly why I'm bringing that up. And I'm not saying this one particular court case is going to be successful. I'm saying, hey, I'm not saying, hey, I'm not trying to warn anybody. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just saying, watch what's going on in the courts, because there are things that are trying to be changed in a sneaky manner.
Yeah, that's
Because
subtle.
the court cases I was mentioning, it not only says about what the YouTuber was saying is being challenged as what they can and cannot say, but they're actually saying that what is being said in the chat, the YouTube streamer is accountable for, and they have to they are responsible for what others are saying, and the others' opinions are as well.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. It's just, you were mentioning about the First Amendment earlier, and I just wanted to throw that out there to be people need to be watching the courts, not being political, not
You
being
have
one side
to.
or the other, but
Right.
they're
Right.
trying to really hammer down on what can be said and cannot be said in social media settings.
Because of what? Social media over the last, I can go back to Jesus, Facebook. Let me go back to Facebook, because that's when it began permeating, and then YouTube, and from YouTube, Instagram, and then it was used to be MySpace. Excuse me. Social media, you can go online and express yourself, share your photos, share your family experience, tell people where you're from. Oh, I mean, it all sound nice. All nice. Now you got people doxing you.
Well, just look at what happened
Or
with
trying to.
23andMe.
Or trying to. We want to know who you are, where you live, this, that, and the other thing. How many kids you got? Yada, yada, yada. It's crazy. And here's the thing. I looked at foreign countries on how they're taking over. Every foreign country that the United States has taken over, they go through a process.
Mm-hmm.
Dehumanization. Now we're looking to separate the masses type stuff. Dehumanization. How do we separate the masses? Now we can bring up color, we can bring up race, we can bring up age, we can bring up all kinds of stuff. Okay. Demoralization. What can we say that says who's the worst out of that group? And then they start to promote it. So now you got from level 1 to level 2, level 3, demoralization to almost like a gang. Whose side are you on? Our side, their side. And I'm going through each president of our country doing that same thing. It's not these people, it's them people. I said, damn, let me go back to Carter. Then let me go back to Reagan. Let me go back to Bush Sr. There's a war. Wait a minute. Okay, we're going after the brown people. Let's go to Junior. No, after Bush.
Clinton.
Oh, Clinton. Yeah. Oh, my God, of all people. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. 8 months later, I have to confess, I did. 8 years. Now we're going not one term, but now 2 terms. Where are we getting 2 terms from? Who's paying for it? Because there is no vote in this country. People are paying for the people that's put before us. I've never tried to go as political on my channel, but I'm going to tell you like it is. And everyone sees it. Every election cycle, if you don't see any money going toward these campaigns, please tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
all I got to say.
You were mentioning Epstein earlier in the Epstein list.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Somebody knows their name is on the list. They have so much influence and power and money that they're paying out of pocket in dividends. Yes, that old school in dividends, not this current new phrasing of whatever. They're paying out of pocket in dividends to keep that list from being released. Somebody's on there that they are seriously protecting.
And yeah. And the more I look at it, it's like, okay, who can't see this? But no one will say it. No one will say it. No one will say it. Let me do this. I went back as far as JFK. When was the last time this country really had, I guess, the kind of president that everyone in this country could admire, respect, love, da-da-da-da. What did he do for the outcome that he got? And man, you got to go through it. You got to go through a lot of it. I was going to do a live on my channel, and I said, nope, because no one will believe you. I thought about it again. There's a little bit more information to tighten it up. I said, nope, nobody's going to believe you, John. I stopped. I said, no, not yet. Not yet. I can't do it. And you're on YouTube. You're too early. You're too young. You're too, who the hell is this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Type stuff. I started running through my head, and I said, okay, I'll hold it. You take from now to go back to then, and then you can put it together yourself. It's not much to talk about, but it needs to be talked about. That there were certain people didn't want him there. And there were certain people that said, okay, We are at your command. And there were certain people who could be bought and paid for. We gotta take that under consideration because people don't do things for nothing. Who would those people be? And if you have the tendency to go back and kind of get there, so to speak, like I did, you begin to take a look at a different picture than what we've been told. And it's the same picture we've been told today. That's not the right picture than what we're being told. It's the same people doing the same thing, different administration, different people involved in a different way. But nonetheless, it's the same people. Who would those people be? Who would those people be? How does money travel through people? It maybe is your next question. Money buys what it wants. Understand that. Money buys and pays for what it wants. Now, the it is, you can delineate this to whose money can buy it.
Right.
You go back to an entity that's been kind of like behind the scenes. And all they're doing is just giving us cover story after cover story. Don't look this way, look that way. It's not about this, it's about that. And this is where our country is. It's been that way for a very long time. Since the 60s. This is not something new. This is something that was perfected. And as long as we believe what we've been told to believe, and we go about, yeah, they're right, and do nothing and not take a look at it for ourselves and don't have any pushback about it, yeah, we're going in the wrong direction. My opinion. And the way we just heard the thing about Epstein, wrong. Somebody wants to stay away from that because it's the same damn people that did what happened in 1963 of November 11th to one president of the United States that they tried to do last year on a running president at the same time. History is beginning to repeat itself in a cycle that if we're not paying attention and where it's coming from, it's hard. This is the hard part. And we're still missing that question mark piece as to who's doing this shit. It's going to happen again. I can't give it to you in any other way than I can on YouTube. I can't name names and I can't go into a corner to say, oh yeah, and here's my evidence and here's my proof. And the public is starting to pick up on it, for crying out loud. They're getting messy. They're getting sloppy. It's not like it used to be where we end up stupid. We're looking at everything now that social media, YouTube, and all this other stuff exists. Information can be transferred far more quicker than before. Calling each other on the phone. Do you believe this? Do you believe that? And all this other stuff. Now we can get on in a heartbeat and say, yo, I'm not liking this.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have some people respond to it, and then you're going to have some people that don't. And you have to continue looking at who does and who isn't.
I think the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz said it best. He was more he was more philosophical and brilliant than he ever understood. He was the scene is that Dorothy is asking which way do we go, and the Scarecrow's response is, I've seen some people go this way, I've seen some people go that way, and I've seen some people try to go both ways. Until you know what you're looking, that was his quote, but there you have to follow it up with, until you know what you're looking for, searching for, do you know the direction you need to head in?
Hmm. Wow. Is that a metaphor?
I don't know if it's a metaphor or not. I think it's just something really. It's something that's really deep.
You know,
deeper than
you make perfect sense there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think it's something that's deeper than it appears on surface.
Than it appears to be. Right.
Right. And that's the point of it. It is until you know what you're looking for, and until you know what you're not just looking for, but what you're seeking the answer to be. The path or the direction that you're looking in is always going to determine whether or not you can find that piece of information or be in the right direction of it.
I mean, you know something, RJ, honestly, you and I, let me speak for myself. We know. If you're looking at it like anyone in this chat right now, if you're looking at what everyone else is looking at, whether it be on social media or any other communication mechanism, and you've been following it, not just hearing it is totally different. Following it, we see it's almost like the movie They Live. If you had the sunglasses on, you can see the aliens, or you can see the reptilians or whatever the hell they were when he put the sunglasses on, because that's what everyone has got now. Sunglasses called the internet. We're taking a look at everything. And it's not just from one content creator to the other, and it's not one story to the other. We're taking a look at it from different perspectives. I don't care what case we're talking about. I don't care if it's politics, religion. I don't care if it's learning how to cook on frickin' online, whether it be fried chicken or shrimp scampi or whatever. We can learn so much from this instrument, if you will. We can, because we're looking at it. But damned if anyone can look at this instrument called your computer and this thing called YouTube and the things that you look at on YouTube, whatever subscription you may have or whatever category you may look at, we're all eager to learn. We want to have that information flow, if you will. We don't want to miss out if something was there, right? Well, they're doing the same thing. They're using this instrument to do the same thing. When it comes to a certain category, let's say cooking, you can't fuck it up. You can't.
Well, you can.
If you want to make fried chicken, and there are 10 content creators that are showing you how to do fried chicken, guess what? After 10 clips, you know how to do fried chicken, okay? You got no question. You can do it this way, that way, light, dark, medium, this, that. You know how to work it. However, when you're doing something else, and this is where it gets real fucked up. For me, when you're doing religion, when you're doing politics, when you're doing law enforcement, which is a part of, our politics too. When you're doing certain things like that, now you're dealing with a different area. Now you're dealing with the tree that blows in the wind depends on the bend of the wind type stuff. The tree that really blows in the wind, you can get some swing on that particular subject. Chicken, when you can cook chicken, and guess what? Every time you do it that way, it's going to come out that way. No doubt. So if it's truth coming from fried chicken the way you want it versus the other categories to where the tree sways in the wind, we got to keep our eye on that, because this is an area to where other people in power are in there or doing what they're doing because it influences us, our paychecks, our lifestyle, our way of life, what we eat, how much we spend. And believe me, the last thing I ever wanted to get into, on here was government, politics, and all this other stuff. I never could understand it. What's a mayor for? What's a governor for? What's a congressman for? An assemblyman? What do you need all these other people for? Type stuff. Never gave any attention to it. The most important person is the president of the United States. Okay. How did you get there? Does our votes really count? Type stuff. Never really gave it that much attention. When 9/11 happened, I gave it a lot of attention.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it a lot of attention there. I'm in New York. I'm working in the city at that time. And then we get all these planes coming in to crash into buildings. Now, who the hell are these people? And they mention somebody else. Why would they want to do that? No answer. Why would these people sacrifice themselves to do that?
Because they hate our freedom.
Okay, then we must have did something. People do things to other people that have done things to them. Would you kind of conclude that would be a logical deduction?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I do something to you. You don't like it. Well, I don't like John Q for, this, that, and the other thing. So let me do something to figure out a way to get this guy back type stuff. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you want to really go searching for an answer, you have to go all the way back to Iran-Contra. It was the first time we heard the name Osama bin Laden.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely.
When Ali Noor said that was the scariest person to be walking the earth.
Well, you go back to what Wesley, what's his name? Supreme Commander, what's his name? I'll get it in a minute. Wesley Clark said that we're going after 7 countries. I played it on my channel. He said, really? He said, yeah. Oh, what for? I don't know. But we're going after 7 countries. And the memo that he received before that, a little after 9/11, was during the Bush Jr. administration, is that we're going after 7 countries: Iraq, Libya, Syria, several other countries, and Iran. He said, what for? I said, I don't know. But we're going. And every single one of those countries, that supreme commander during Desert Storm, that's the war, against Iraq, whom the United States funded to go against Iran, we find out later, is going to do. I can play it for you. It's sick. And I'm going, oh shit, yeah, just a long time ago. A long time ago. He couldn't obviously mention it then because obviously he was active. But now as a retired former supreme commander, oh yeah, we're going after this. He says it on Democracy Now. You can look it up. It's incredible. And I'm going, damn, they got Libya. Damn, they got Iraq. Damn, Obama bombed Syria. He did Somalia. What the fuck are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
Afghanistan, the other side of Iran, close to Russia. They wanted to isolate that area just to get to Iran, because what's the overall goal? Oh, it's Russia. Oh, so we got to go from there to get to Ukraine. So we'll use Ukraine during the Biden administration to get to Russia. So these are all proxies. Yeah, I tell you, I fund you, and you do it. How's that? And you say, yeah, because you're paying me. I can fuck up anybody. Well, hey, John, hey, yo, dude, it's your money. Where do you want me to go? And I got the money. I'm telling you, RJ, do me a favor. I'm going to load you up. I'm going to send you arms and equipment. I want you to go and provoke Russia. So all I want you to do, I've already got my people in the region in 7 to 10 different countries surrounding that area. We're going to be okay. Just like Zelensky said, oh, shit, I can do that.
Well, that's exactly where I was going. And with this, I do apologize, but I have got to go to bed. I just noticed what time it was. If anything that, I instead of getting up at 10 o'clock in the morning, I now get up at 6 because my job, which I love my new position at my work. But anyway, if anything that this whole...
But can you see it? Can you see it though? Can you see it now?
Oh, I know. I see it. I see it. I see what you're saying, but
that's the point. That was the only point I brought it up. If you can see it, that was the only point that I bring all of that up. If you can see it on the internet in real time, why are we allowing it to happen?
Oh, no.
Regardless on any country doing this proxy bullshit.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going towards on this, is that if we have anything to gain from what has happened between Ukraine and Russia, is that now Russia is not even a consideration of a military threat. It's a second-tier country now. the whole attack by the drones that Ukraine pulled off, whether it's U.S. backed, whether it's whatever country backed, NATO backed, I don't care. It's such a weak military now that it is grasping. What it's doing is grasping for territory, because they know that they can only defend their borders, and if they're not trying to expand, and
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I
the
swear.
old
I don't believe that. I don't believe it. You know why? Because there's no proof of it.
I still believe. I believe when it comes to Putin. I believe when it comes to Putin, though.
You know why I say that? You know why I say that? Because the same thing was said about Libya and Gaddafi. And he's this and he's that. He's killing his own people. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, we went after Libya. We got him. Same thing with Saddam Hussein. Weapons of mass destruction. He's killing his own people. And yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, U.S. funded Libya against the militias that tried to take over the government in Libya. Okay, we got that one out the way. Here comes what? Iraq. Go after Saddam Hussein, who was fighting Iran during that time. They needed help. They got the help of the United States, funded them ammunition, all this shit. 10-year war. Look it up. Look it up. It kind of didn't work. Okay, well, maybe we can save him in a basket somewhere. When 9/11 happened, where did we go? When 19 terrorists happened to have kidnapped 4 major airliners and crashed them. 2 into buildings, 1 into the Pentagon, and 1 that was supposed to hit something else, the Capitol, hypothetically. Okay, so now you have a provocation to go after whom? In less than 24 hours, 19 Saudi Arabians. The hell has that got to do with Iraq? Nothing. So where do we go? We go to Saddam Hussein. Why? Oh, well, he's got weapons of mass destruction. Well, what about the Saudis that attacked America in 9/11? Well, I guess we can work it out somewhere. We go after him. Same people we funded to go after Iran during that time, and we take him out of power. Meanwhile, we go after Afghanistan, opposite Iran, on the other side, far east of Iran, and take that one out because we're looking for Osama bin Laden, who happens to be a Saudi Arabian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we have Iran isolated. If you can look at the map and see what I'm saying, just take a look at the map and go, okay, one over here is Iraq to the left, Afghanistan to the right, Iran to the middle. It isolates that country. So what do you think they're going to do? Now you agitate that country to say, we're coming after you. And you know something? Between Wesley Clark's statement way back in the Bush administration as to who they were going to attack, and then take a look at the map now and see whom we have attacked and how far east we are as NATO, quote unquote, National Alliance Treaty Organization, a military organization. It's nothing but military, nothing else. All up in the regions of Eastern Europe. You can go from UK all the way across the border. Romania were there. Bulgaria were there. Australia were there. Germany were there. Go to the map and pinpoint where NATO is, and you'd be surprised at what we've done over the last 35, 40 years. And then ask yourself, oh, why do they hate us? Why do they hate us?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so now that you're there, to see Iran do what they're now doing, and Russia, I mean, obviously,
I'm having a narrow focus on what's going on between Ukraine and Russia, and what Ukraine has proven that Russia is no longer the superpower, no longer a power in general, as far as military wise. But I tie into that the whole Putin used to be KGB, and if you listen to what some of the people that are,
I'm not even worried about that. You know something? Russia is proven to Ukraine is that Ukraine is losing, and the United States has got to divert power where power needs to be. And we've heard about that, and that's going to someplace else. And it has been going to someplace else from the Biden administration, the former, to the Trump administration. Guess who he met just yesterday? Because they need help. They can't have Iran, the one they want, to fuck with them the way they did, and those missiles come in and fuck all their shit up. They didn't expect that. Now they got an unexpected visit from Iran to say, yeah, we're not what you think we are. We got some shit. We can blow your shit off too. And that's exactly what they did. So hence the ceasefire. Trump says, yo, all of y'all knock it off.
Oh, no, I agree.
Okay.
Between Iran and Israel,
all of y'all knock it off. Don't fuck me up here.
The famous quote that's come out of that is, Daddy said, knock it off.
Right, yeah, knock it off. Knock it off.
Right, exactly.
Netanyahu had to come from where he was. What do you mean? Look, knock it the fuck off. You guys are not prepared. Your Iron Dome is not working. And we can't keep replenishing all this shit that you guys have been firing off just trying to protect yourselves. You know, we're dealing with Syria right now, which is going on, a regime change, with Al-Qaeda. The same fucking people George Bush Jr. was after because of 9/11. You don't put us out there like that. It kind of fucks things up for us. You're making us look bad. Chill out.
You know what I find funny? You're mentioning Trump.
Crazy. It's crazy, but that's politics. It's just politics. A little time, like I said in the beginning, a little time looking at this, people can put 1 + 1 together, and they can see. They kind of know what the United States is kind of creeping up to, want to get to, and all this other stuff. They want domination.
Oh, yeah.
And Putin is not going to have it. China's not going to have it. Those are the two main big, look at the map, two main geographical areas of the planet that they don't have their hands in. While China's doing this little thing with Taiwan being a little island, and China's entitled to that little land, like we are with any other little land, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Honolulu. We're entitled to little lands. So China's entitled to Taiwan. It's right there, 60 miles, 80 miles off the coast of China. And we're telling them no because they make microchips for the United States to go into our computers. The ones that you and I and everybody else in the chat are working off of for business. Oh, so we got to protect them. Okay, so North Korea, smart, real smart, staying quiet. Russia's doing Ukraine, and Ukraine is done. It's going to piss a lot of investors here in the United States off.
We're about to piss the world off anyway.
Yeah, and the provocation of that is going to piss off some other countries too. I don't want to get into something so far so deep, but like I said, in the beginning of my life, I've been looking at some things I'm concerned about. I said, let me go on. And you showed up in the chat. And I said, oh man, this is the best conversation to maybe have with you.
Can I finish my point real quick about we're about to piss the world off?
Okay, go.
We invented Israel's Iron Dome. It was the failed Star Wars system that was under Reagan that we actually perfected to a point. It wasn't perfect, but we got it to a point where Israel bought it from us, or we gave it to them. I don't remember which it was. And they finished it off to where it actually works. We're about to build what Trump is calling the Golden Dome, which is the same system, but for the United States or North America in general, because my understanding was we're going to protect Canada as well.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
But I don't have that answer, but my understanding is to be able to protect Alaska, we have to protect Canada as well.
Why would you do that? I keep saying, well, Trump said that. I go, why would you do that? Defense, ground to air defense systems, if you have them in place real good, great. But now you want to create a dome for the United States of America for what? And the cost of it is crazy.
Oh, the cost is crazy. Absolutely.
It's absolutely insane. So if you're going to help us to get back on track, build these jobs, get manufacturing back in, get all these countries to chip in through the tariffs and all this stuff to create this iron dome for the United States. Why on earth would you do that?
Here's where we're going to piss the world off. Is we're actually, by doing that, breaking a treaty with Russia.
Nuclear proliferation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that something? Now we got something to protect us against anything that you guys got. Okay, whether you wanted to shoot them from Russia or whether you wanted to shoot them from satellites down in South America. Okay, because they've been visiting Cuba. I'm sure you picked up on that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need that protection. What is all this shit? That's what we as people, regular people, have to understand and try to figure out. On the one end, making America great again is great to bring us back from the last 4 years of just a comical fucking bullshit of a team that's a party that tried to hold somebody up just long enough to try to say, oh, we gotta try to promote some kind of president here. Let's get Kamala Harris to do it. And they had nobody, no leadership, nothing but her. She's the vice president. We can't do the 25th Amendment to force him out of office. Let's just try to, couch, kind of couch her in and fuck the primaries, because she never did a primary at all for the people to vote for her to be in.
Right.
Here she is, here she is, a month and a half, 2 months to try to prep, 2 months and a half to try to prep and it blew like the wind. Everybody saw through it. So what
Right.
choice did we have? What choice did we have? If Trump doesn't get in, we're all fucked.
Well, that was part of the problem, is that there wasn't this whole the going through silly season, as a lot of people call it. But there's some of the things that get brought up are absolutely silly. The questions, the drama, all that. There's a point to it, though. And she was never tested. She was the first candidate to drop out. So she didn't even get to the point of saying, boo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I grab you. I grab you.
He was just out.
Fuck it. Fuck it.
Right.
Can't deal with this. And the only reason, thank God, why is because the people on the internet are paying attention and watching closely as to what's going on. They can rewind, watch a video, watch an interview, bring it back, relook at it, bring it back, relook at it, bring it back. They're doing crime stories on YouTube. Hopefully, and I like to say, we get some kind of, props for it, because we do the same thing. You got to go back and look at it. You before you make up your mind. Did she really convince you in any way, shape, or form that she can run this country being the way it is? Immigration coming in, nobody handled the border, and I covered that. I knew it was a new voting bloc coming in. I handled that. I knew that Biden was, out of it. And they were covering up what president, spends more of his time on a beach, taking up sun, and wonder, or if any, wonder about his son, Hunter, going through this dumb bullshit because he was in Ukraine against the same company, Burisma, that they sent $1 billion to get the prosecutor from not prosecuting the case that they had in the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So, whoa. Okay, so there is ties between the United States and Ukraine for us to be there, but you caught my son. And so I'm going to protect him, get him the hell out of there, and then I'm going to funnel ammunitions to a president that wasn't elected past an election cycle because he called martial law to prevent any election cycle from happening in order to go to war with Russia because they're our enemy. And guess what? No American citizen on this freaking continent knows any damn thing about how Russia lives other than the people that want to go to war with it. You, me, or anybody in this chat. We don't know shit about Russia. We don't know anything about their plight, what kind of work they do, how they raise their kids, what kind of jobs they have. Nothing. Nothing. Why? Because it's all censored. We're not supposed to know. We're not supposed to know. We're not supposed to know how South America operates either. Drug cartels, we're going to stop the war on drugs and all this other stuff. Yada, yada, yada. Nothing. Nothing. But we can hear about Bill Clinton getting in a shipment when he was governor of Arkansas? In Arkansas, they're funneling in drugs and cocaine and all this other shit before he became president. Why California was a state that they could get into to begin permeating crack cocaine, the addictive shit, as far less than cocaine that people can afford than anything else. And it spread across America like you would not believe in the 80s and in the 90s, and killed more fucking black people that didn't have jobs because the economy was bad. Why? Because the presidents weren't doing a fucking job. You can do it. You can do the math. And it destroyed lives. I know the part of New York when that whole damn fiasco happened during the late 80s and the early 90s, when crack cocaine was nothing but New York. They used to make videos off of it, music videos and everything. They show you movies of it, how it's made, how it's packaged, and how it's distributed, and where they distribute it. Everybody in the fucking discotheque was a head. Just a dope head.
Mm-hmm.
Just a dope head. And I can only express and share with you this commentary that I'm making here tonight with you, RJ, because that's the side I come from. I got away from the city. I'm upstate New York. Got away from all that stuff. A lot of people did. To the rural section of New York that's still empty. How's that? The state.
That's like me moving south.
Right.
Being from the Philadelphia metro area originally.
Now the jobs are in the city, yes, but that's where the money funnels from. That affects the city. You see, when people are tired of it, you start to crawl away. There are people in other states that have done the same damn thing. I have.
The industry I work in will not return to working in an office.
Yeah.
It is better. It's been proven to be better now, or let me reverse that. It has since been proven that when people are working from home, they are actually happier in the industry that I work in.
Absolutely.
So they're not. They will never even entertain for working from an office again. It's all we work from home.
Now think about it. Think about it. When COVID hit, that was a hit for the whole economy. And it was a change the election cycle, in my opinion. That's just me. It did. Because nobody knew how the numbers were going to run during the election cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Once so-and-so got into office, and it was the poorest inauguration I have ever seen. Don't believe me? Just take a look at YouTube. Take a look at YouTube as to that presidential inauguration. You'll say, where is everybody?
Right.
Okay. Trump, he comes out and says, yo, this was a cheat. This was a this was a that. And they beat him up. It put culprits from that party back in power automatically. Who was there? I'm looking at the same people whose names are mentioned today in the Epstein case. The same fucking people. I'm going, damn. Don't they get tired of these old fucking gray-haired people? No, because it was all from a time before. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. 8 months later, did have inappropriate relations with Miss Lewinsky, and I certainly apologize oh so dearly for that.
Yep, the first one was from the
Liar.
Oval. The first one was from the Oval Office, and when he
Yeah,
admitted to it, was from the
hey,
map room.
that's what we got running the country. That's 2 terms right there for that man. 2 terms. He tried to get a bargaining deal with Israel and the Palestinians, the PLO,
Mm-hmm.
Yasser Arafat and the other guy. He tried to get it. They gave the PLO a bad deal. They had to wait 5 years in order for the rest of it to kick in. But how much war was it? How much war was it? How much killing was it? Well, you know something? When October 7th happened, you figured some people rebelled to the point to where just killing wasn't it. You're being wiped out of your home. You're being wiped out of your family. You go back to 1967 to the peace accord that was tried. You're going back to 2 Nakbas before then. You're going back to 1948, what they tried to do. You begin to learn a little bit of history as to a place you never knew would ever exist, only because there were other people involved in that decision. 1948, go back and find out what that land was all about.
So here's the question.
1967, go back from 1948 to 67, what that land was about. Go from 1967 to 77, what that land was about. Then go from 77 all the way up until 1980, late 80s, early 90s, when Clinton came in, what the peace accord was about. Then go from Clinton and then come into the regions of the war we have, U.S. involved today. It's about the same thing. It never took away from a long-term project. The Century for America 2021 was written by, what the fuck was his name? Wolfowitz.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The New American Century is what it's called. Just look it up, go to Wikipedia. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. The New American Century was to do what Wesley Clark, Supreme Commander of the United States Army, was informed of taking over and invading 7 countries in 5 years. You can look it up on YouTube. Once you hear what he says from Democracy Now!, you figure what for? He said the right, like kind of asked the right question. What for? Was it to protect someone? Or was it to protect an interest of someone? Obviously, you'll find out where you are on the map. Now you can jump to today and find out who that one was that was supposed to be and still is protected by the map. It's simple. Mathematics is easy in this. Then you take a look at political parties here in our country. It's real simple. There are donors in this country. specific donors who they want to be a congressman, assemblyman,
Oh yeah.
a governor, a president in this country. You're hearing it every time. You may not be interested, and that's fine. I mean, I wasn't, but I click on it and listen to it, and I'm going, huh? That can't be true. I go to the next one. I go to the next one. I go to the next one. Let me go to Wikipedia and look it up. And sure enough, they show up. Donors that go from one party to the next. So the American people are played between left or right every fucking day of the year. They know who they're going to select. So what the fuck is the voting process about?
Well, I mean,
it gives you an idea. Just gives you an idea. I'm kind of culminating this to say, don't believe what you hear. That's my point.
I'll say it this way. I agree with you with
it's hard. It's hard. This is all hard stuff.
Oh yeah, no. I agree with you about the elections, and no, I'm not. Apparently, Miss Justice. I'll agree with you about the elections, and I'll throw this out there. If you want to understand what John Q is saying, and if you have not heard it or looked it up before, what you really need to do is look up. I'm not going to say this person's name because I believe YouTube does not like it. You need to do a Google search of Spooky Dude Foundation. One name will pop up.
What the hell is that?
It's something a radio personality called somebody.
Okay, so what does that
lead you to? He has a foundation.
Okay, so what does it lead you to? What does it imply? What does it tell you?
It's the person that has been behind a lot of controversial funding for protests and for elections and for different fundamental groups that have attempted to bring down and have been attempting to bring down the United States.
Okay, and we go to funding. Who's it from? I mean, who's trying to? Then you have to ask the question. Well, who's trying to do that?
That's the name that YouTube doesn't like.
Oh.
And I'm giving everybody a different way of finding that person's name so you can research it for yourself of how connected to his foundation is, even though he's no longer alive, how connected his foundation is and all these different things that are designed, and his ideology was to break down the United States.
Ideology. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now you got me thinking. Okay, because taking some time off so that I can absorb what's happening, not only with true crime, which I do, but everything around true crime. You've got to You've got to open the umbrella, if you will. All this is cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, over and over and over and over, cause and effect. And then before you know it, you really don't have a good idea of how truly big the umbrella really is. And why we see the situations that we see here in our country, here in our state, here in our city, here in our local communities. They're happening to children like we would not believe, more so than ever before. They just go missing. Is it trafficking? Don't tell me this shit about walk-offs. Don't tell me this shit. Because walk-offs get found real quick. Oh, she came over to my house. She was crying. She was upset. This, that, and the other thing. What time are you coming to pick her up? Or pick him up? That used to be the story. We don't hear that no more. These children go missing and they're gone. I don't care where they're from. They're gone. The kids in Canada, gone. They're still trying to figure it out. Police can't figure it out. Investigators can't figure it out. The royal people of whatever can't figure it out. FBI here in the United States can't figure it out. For Summer or anybody else. Can't figure it out. But you just can't tell me that, oh, she walked off. We're not taking that off the table, is what they say. That's bullshit. If you're not taking that off the table and you haven't found it yet in 4 years, what else is on the table? And no, we don't want to, ignite the public and, get them nervous about something. Well, you have information that you're not giving the public, and they'll keep curtailing it over and over and over again. Oh, we haven't found out yet. We'll keep you informed. We haven't found out yet. We'll keep you informed. There's an ongoing investigation and keep you informed. We haven't found that out. Over and over and over, working with so many different partners, and our partners here and our partners there. I'm tired of it. I truly am tired of it.
And that's exactly why I was bringing up what's happening in Texas with the flooding.
With the flooding that too.
Because like I was mentioning, is it the Gillespie River, or I'm not drawing the right. I'm not sure if I'm saying that.
I saw that. No, I saw that. Gillespie and what other conduit they were talking about, shit smashed up and all this other stuff. And okay. What would you expect? But what do? They talk about children missing.
Right. And they go into the whole ordeal of, we want to thank our partners, the FBI, or, whatever federal program, or the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York are sending people to help. And they're sending not only people, but resources to help. And it
can't do it. I can't do it.
I can't either.
We don't even know how the people in North Carolina, South Carolina survived the last thing that happened. We don't even know.
The Hurricane Helene?
The hurricane, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I know how they did.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
My office originally was in Asheville.
I can't do it. I said, no, don't do that one, John. Let's see what happened. Then another thing. So I'm looking at a cascade, a little cascade happening in the South. Okay, we're in, turbulent weather seasons. Expect them coming out of August into September, into October, at the better end, November, for Florida, Texas, Louisiana, all of the southern coast they call the Gulf of America, because that's a season. You have warm and cold temperatures fighting over each other for the next season. And you got to expect it. You have to expect it. But those people in North Carolina, South Carolina, all along the eastern coast, fighting in this shit.
John, it was one county south of me.
I'm just saying. Nothing.
The damage that was done in Tennessee was
It's
1 county
incredible.
south of me.
It's incredible, the property damage, but nothing about how those people are recovering. Who's down there?
Mhm.
It's not FEMA.
No, who is repairing I-40? Who's repairing I-26? It's all local contractors now. It's not FEMA. The federal government is not did not pay I would say more than 5% of what it's having to be done.
Now think about it. What does that mean to the insurance companies that got all that property covered? That's why they're down there.
Please don't take me at literal at 5%. I'm just throwing a number that's ridiculously low, because it really is ridiculously low compared to how much damage was actually done.
Guadalupe River. Yeah, I'm just saying, when you can take a look at that and everything else going on simultaneously, you have to do that. It's just not North Carolina. It's just not South Carolina. It's just not Texas. What else is going on? This shit is stacked. All the way up to Epstein. Every little thing. The border is secured. Oh, okay. Prove it. Show us footage of the border. Nothing. Epstein didn't kill himself. Oh, show us proof. Nothing. Blank videotape with 1 minute missing. You know, I was watching a content creator on here. He's up in the millions of people. He goes to X and shows what I guess they put out. And they show you the jail cell area. And it's like, okay, it looks like a still shot for 11 hours. Then when, according to Pam Bondi, who made the comment just this afternoon that there's 1 minute missing, but we're looking into it to see if that's true or not. Okay. But there's no activity that proves anything nefarious happened from that camera angle. And I'm going, are you fucking kidding me? Aren't there other camera angles in that New York Metropolitan Detention Center where they got P. Diddy available? Selective information is what we're going through right now. What they're willing to say and can show some kind of proof versus what they're not saying and don't want to show some kind of proof. President Trump said himself, are we still talking about Epstein? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, come on. You know, that name has been going around forever. You know, with this meeting that we're having here just this afternoon, this meeting that we're having here is more important than that. I'm going, oh shit, the guy that was running for office is now backing off because Elon Musk allegedly said, because Trump's name is involved in the documents, but we can't get those because there's no evidence, quote unquote, no evidence now of the tens of thousands of documents that were coming from New York when Pam Bondi just months ago said that she authorized the release of those documents from 126 Federal Plaza in New York that had those damn documents, that shipped them over, and they didn't, so they had to send people to go get them. They had to send them to go get them. Now she's backing up. Trump is backing up. I go back to the past and I go, something is wrong. Something's wrong. It's deeper than what we know. I'm not even going to touch that sucker, but it's deeper than what we know. And when we go deeper than what we know, I backed up and someone sent me an article. And the article was from a former Atlanta journalist back in, what was it? Before Biden got into the presidency, 17, maybe 17. No, Trump was in 16, 15. 15. From Atlanta, who got fired from a comment. You can look it up or go to Candace Owens because she broke the story about somebody wanting to take out Obama. And there's this journalist down in Atlanta writing for let's just say, a specific party, group of people, if you will, saying they should take him out.
Okay.
Did you come across that?
I vaguely recall it, but I know what you're talking about.
No shit.
Yeah, that reporter actually got in a lot of hot water.
Well, there you go. They have to die. I mean, look at Epstein. They have to die. You can't get the truth out of stone. They have to die. You make a statement like that, you got to go. Sorry, you crossed the line. And nobody's going to get the truth. But to say a statement like that against an American president, and you can use a certain group to do it, it's like, what the fuck?
It's the difference between inciting and empowering individuals.
It was a bad move.
Right. It's the difference between inciting and empowering an individual versus the First Amendment is really what that came down to.
But you know something, RJ? You know, when you can see what that indicates, when you can see that a reporter like that making a statement the way he did, and in the way he made the statement, you cannot, I repeat, you cannot not go back to 1963 of November 22nd of 1963 as to what happened to an American president. There's implication there. And let me tell you, they hushed that motherfucker up real quick.
What, right? Because it's at that point, it's not a First Amendment issue. You're inciting and
emboldening.
And right there, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. You've gone past that. It would be a total different thing if the reporter says, I have a resource that says there was a plot discovered, and you completely keep your personal opinion out of it, keep your personal opinion off of social media, and you just report that you have a source that is telling you that there was a plot to do so, versus the way he worded it.
Yeah, which was very hard.
Which is the issue.
Right. Think about it.
It's like, what is more controversial? The fact that, or what Clinton did and hid, or the fact that FDR was in a wheelchair? He was in a wheelchair because he had polio.
So, like I said, goes right back to core. We cannot, as American people today, 2025, in the month of July, really count on anything that the mainstream wants us to really know about because they've worn out their welcome. My opinion, worn out their welcome. They're done.
Agree.
They're done. They're done. They're nothing but telepromptered. What was the code name? What was the code name? Mockingbird.
Okay.
They're done. If someone tells you something without any proof, believe it type shit. They're done. That's why all the ratings are going crazy with those people. They're only going to bring on new people to try to divvy up and try to come back from the crash that they had. Different faces under the same guise, if you will. Mm-hmm. I left them a long time ago. I don't even turn on the damn TV anymore because they're not there for us anymore. They're there to get paid. Whatever shows up on screen is what they say. Right. Other than that, period. That's it. It's a movie. Just like we've watched, what is that movie? What is that movie I'm thinking about that does that? Oh, 1972 could be 1974. The movie Network. The movie Network. It's an old movie, but the movie Network.
I remember, I believe it was from the 80s.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. But if you can just grab, it could be, I don't know, YouTube. It could be something for free. I don't know. But the movie Network portrays a reporter in the movie that's trying to stay close to the truth without going too far with it.
Mm-hmm.
And he just loses it. He loses it. I don't know if you heard the phrase. What did he say?
It was actually 76. My apologies.
Yeah, it's an old movie, but it rings true today. Something I'm mad as hell. Here it is. I'm mad as hell, and I can't take it anymore.
Have you read my profile lately?
I'm mad as hell, and I can't take it anymore. The movie is called Network.
Yes.
Try to find that movie, and you'll take a look at where we are today.
When I set up my YouTube profile, the one thing I put on there as a descriptor of my channel was, I am mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm not staying silent. It's my turn to speak.
Okay, so, in some way, shape, or form, whether you were conscious of it or not,
I was totally.
You must have come across that movie because that was the key words of the movie. I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore. And this guy went on national TV and told the national public exactly who we are.
Mm-hmm.
And it blows your mind. You follow us everywhere we go. You listen to our words, everything we say. You do everything we tell you to do. And yet you have no questions, no opinions, no nothing.
Exactly.
Oh, man. I mean, he drops the bomb. And I'm thinking, okay, he did lose it because back then, news reporting was different. It was different. You can rely on good news on mainstream media. Now you can't. It's paid and bought actors, just like the people we see in movies. Here's a contract, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever like that. You look good, like what's his name? Anderson Cooper, or what's his name that just left? Jake Tapper, or somebody that looks good. You know, Rachel Maddow from MSNBC. All these good-looking people that can read
Megan
a
Fox when she was on
Yeah.
Fox.
And you can go on and on and on. You can go on and on and on and on. And all they're telling them is read the goddamn teleprompter.
Right.
So I got to do, don't put your flair, your opinion, your sway, nothing. But it was hard. You know, it was hard. It was hard to lie. That's why they're not there anymore. It's hard to lie. And when you can go home and say, you know, I fucked up my life for a paycheck.
Here's the thing, though, especially with independent news sources. I see somebody mentioning Van Jones, and I just want to bring this up. Make sure that you're finding a balance for as much of one side of an issue that you're reading.
Who
Make
said
sure
that?
you're reading the other side as well.
Who said that? Van Jones.
I said what I said.
Okay. Good for you. Good for you. I said what I said because I said the same thing.
And my only point is because there are so many people that can be
The
leaning
same
one
damn
side
thing.
or the other. Just make sure you're reading a balance. I use Ground News, and I'm not trying to plug them. So this is not an advertisement, not sponsored, never have been, never will be. But Ground News actually does a good job of showing a story and then presenting it also with the bias.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, so it doesn't just say, "Oh, this is the news story," but it's going to show you that it leans towards the left, or it leans towards the right, or it leans toward it's right down the middle, or and then it is also going to give you the story from the opposite perspective,
and without your perspective. That's the
right.
key to. You know, that's the key to Ground News. And I appreciate you bringing that up because I've heard about Ground News.
I love it.
Good. It's good to have that balance. It's good to see how one is pushing against the other on any issue. That's good. But then again, there's your concern out of the issues that they're talking about. And what is not there in Ground News is our concerns.
Right.
You get the left, you get the right.
It's here's the story from the left, here's the opposing side from the right.
Yeah, who's moderate, who's this, and you know, I mean, it's good news. Get to news, real news, informative news, real time stuff. But let it come from the perspective of how we see it.
Right.
They got to collect that information as to how we see it rather than report on it. See? And that's what I have a lot of issues with. A lot of content creators out there regurgitating other people's news,
right,
other people's opinions, other people's whatever. And I don't see it that way. Okay, you told me what you did. All right. RJRJ just told me what he did. I'm going to go to it is what it is. I want to hear from them. I want to hear from Noel. I want to hear from. You don't get that. How are you taking in and absorbing news? What is your perspective then? Theirs or yours? I find a lot of people in different chats, whether covering true crime or some of the stuff that's out there right now, their opinions are like totally, I don't see it that way.
Right, exactly.
Type stuff. And so we are beginning a pushback. We got to do it more, though. Prove to us. RJRJ and I look at every damn thing, and we're looking for the pushback to say, prove to us, because that's what we're saying. Prove to me she walked off the property.
Mm-hmm.
We're not taking just your information anymore. Prove that she walked off the property. Who saw her walk off the property? Did you get a statement from them? What time do they corroborate her walking off the property? What did they do, or what have they done at that time to prevent her walking off that, and so on and so on? It's the only way that you're going to get there now, because these people have just been dragging on this bullshit. She walked off the property, or we have that on the table, or something else. I'm tired of it. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. Go back to that movie, and you'll see where we are. It's the same thing. For a lot of people, the next story that comes up, some children going missing, like the two kids out of Canada. I'm like, what the fuck? 2? The last time I heard about 2 was Classic and Sincere West out of California. Both kids went missing at the same time. 2. I'm going, how does that happen again? Now in broad daylight. The other ones were at night, but this one was in broad daylight. And they can't find him. Talk about a search. And they can't find him. No leads, no nothing. And they can't find him. What are these people doing? Bring these kids to isolated areas to do what? Because they can't do it no more? And then blame it on something else? We were up, we heard them, but we went back to sleep. I can't. Then when we woke up, they weren't there. We looked and searched for 2 and 3 hours before we called police. Ah, damn it. Here we go to what? Candace Wells? Don Wells. Here we go. Summer's missing. She walked off. They say they walked off, but there's no proof. The dogs, come on, the dogs, closest ground tracking that you can ever have is not picking up a scent as to where the fuck they went.
Yeah.
I mean, for summer.
No, I know what you mean.
Oh my God, they lost their scent at the bottom of the driveway. Okay, well, if they did that, then there was a vehicle. So where was the Amber Alert? Okay, so where was the Amber Alert for the 2 in Canada? How come you guys are dropping the ball with this shit? That's what makes me upset. Because they have to get better and better at this stuff, knowing whether it's here in America or whether it's in Canada or any place else on the planet. You got to have provisions to cover those aspects because of these circumstances that show up in other cases. But a tracking dog? Sebastian went missing. You mean to tell me this kid was not tracked? If he's barefoot, no coat, no phone, nothing, got out of his bed, walked out the door, and that's it? I can't do it.
No,
And
I
no
agree.
tracking dog tracked him at all to anything barefoot. That's the best scent a tracking dog could have.
Right.
But
Barefoot.
nothing.
So you got
Nothing.
you got the scent from within the sneaker, which is going to have sweat that would have gotten through socks, compared to his scent on fresh on ground.
I mean,
You don't get better.
I'll go even one better. Look at your cell phone. I want you to shine your cell phone against any light that you may hold close to the cell phone.
Oh yeah, you glow.
Can you see the residue of your fingerprint on your cell phone screen?
Oh yeah.
That's DNA about you on your phone. Every squiggle, every type, every email you've checked, everything you've ever touched is on your cell phone, on your screen. On your screen about you. That's how simple it is. But when that's avoided, when it's no cell phone involved, and that's at home, but yet he's not there, now what? And tracking dogs on a barefoot person mean to tell me that there's not going to be any tracking scent on the ground, whether he took out the garbage or not and came back, whether he left that apartment, whether he left the residence or not, through the front door, the back door, through his window. Are you kidding me? And you're going to tell me that he left that residence? Then I have to come behind and say, well, it's not the first person who left the resident. It's got to be the second, because the only person in the world that left the resident in the second is the parent looking for the child. They had an enclosed driveway. No one can see anything when the driveway doors are closed. My question, I think I went stupid, was where did she take him? I think I asked that on 2 panels. I'm just wondering where she took him. What are you talking about, John? Where did she take him?
Right.
That's what I thought. Because there's no way, out of all of that isolation, he left the building, according to the tracking dogs. Well, I mean, then that's something else. Where did she take him? Is what I got left with. And I said, no, stop. Shut up. Don't say nothing. Don't start pointing fingers. Where did she take him? How else could he have gotten off the property unless he was moved off the property? If you can't track him, how else could he have gone off the property? We go back to Summer's case. Candace got in a vehicle after the fact. She found her missing and left the property in her vehicle. Why the fuck would you do that? Now they can't find her nowhere. Another vehicle was involved during the course earlier before, left the property. And that's why I go right back home. I've stayed there. I said, where'd she take her? Those people know the county and the terrain and the environment a whole lot more than we do. just like in Sebastian Rogers' case. They know Tennessee better than we do.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd they take them? Where are they going with these kids? We find out in Sebastian's case that they were looking to give him up to a home, a place to go, all this stuff. And somebody can't handle a child. And for me, for Summer, being that, there was some, real crazy, shady stuff going on. Presumably and assumably with, Dawn at night, oh, she would always be next to me and this, that, and just weird stuff he said that says, damn, you got a better relationship with her than you do your wife? Was she jealous? Did she do something to finally take care of it? I stopped right there. I said, I don't want to go into that dark area. Because everybody said, okay, John, that's enough. I'm tired of listening to you.
Here's a thought that not many people consider. The only reason that we knew about Summer Wells going missing is because of what happened to Evelyn Boswell.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Tennessee passed a law making it mandatory, criminally mandatory, that if a child that has gone missing is not reported within 24 hours, yes, they gave them 24 hours, the parents can be criminally charged.
Amazing. But that just didn't happen with Summer's case. Don had a DUI and ended up going to jail for 11 and a half months. Spent some time, I guess, getting sober. Stuff like that. Candace never said anything different other than what she was talking about. You figured the separation part was taken care of, but nothing. And I felt so bad because, there was once a family there before the 15th, the 14th, if you want to call it that. There was a whole family there. And they were doing their shenanigans, whatever the hell that was. Well, we kind of got a good gist of it just following them for 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years. But I'm looking at the parents again and again. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Where's the demeanor? I'm still looking for her type, nuance. Nothing. They can claim it, but nothing. Candace Wells is out looking for Summer Wells still. Our TV reporter had followed her all the way to blah, 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 and blah, 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 still putting out posters in malls and this and that and this and that and here and there, still looking for her daughter. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
The hard part for me with that case was, which I said, I think I better back off, which was Chris Madonna. And the part which was hard for me, I think, my goodness, I had to pull away from my computer. I cried. I said, this poor child. She goes to the swimming thing, the swimming pond, the pool, or whatever the hell it was that they went to. And he did it.
Luckily, they called it horse pond.
Right. And he does an interview with her. And she has a deja vu moment. It's like everything is in slow motion. I can begin to remember. And Chris let her talk, this, that, and the other thing. And she began to lead him down to where the water was. And he asked her a lot of different questions. But one of the main ones that captured me was, what do you think she is? She goes, I don't know. And he goes, if you had to think about it, would it be 50-50 on something? And she got flustered with what that meant. Do you remember the question I'm talking about?
No, honestly, I don't.
50-50. Trying to get her to decide on telling him whether she knew something or trying to get her to decide on whether she didn't. And she paused. And I just couldn't tell you. I said, it's the wrong answer. How can you not know? How can you not know about your daughter that day? She came up out of the water. You dried her off. You took her home, right? Okay, that would be 50% of what you do know. Or she didn't come out the water and you had to take her out of the water. And that's the part that you don't know. I couldn't tell you. So that's what I had a hard time with. That 50-50. I got stuck at the pond because everything else was her story. They got home and here we go with the candy and, planting flowers and all this shit. I said, I'm not buying that because it's coming from her. I can't do it. But she's got to mess up somewhere. And as long as she keeps talking, I'm hoping. But when she got to Dr. Phil, I said, slow down, back off. There's something emotional triggering her, remembering something of possibly a last moment to where she had to stop. Did the same thing with the behavioral panel. She had to literally take the mic off and had to stop. So there was a stopping point between Dr. Phil and the behavioral panel. There was a point she wasn't going to cross because she couldn't hold it together then. And I'm saying, what the fuck is that?
The fact that she made a statement of, I feel like I'm being interrogated again.
Yeah.
Is a very troubling statement. And I'm going to answer a question of your chat. If you heard me clicking and clacking away, typing stuff while John was speaking just then, I was looking up what the chat was referring to. The law that I found says that a child, the person that goes missing under the age of 18 must be reported to such agencies, to the National Crime Information Center and of the Department of Justice. It doesn't give you within a time frame, which is why I was making the reference to Evelyn Boswell. In Tennessee, Evelyn Boswell, her mother did not correctly, I'll put it that way, report her child missing. Evelyn, mom is Megan. And it was a long story, drawn out story, similar to Casey Anthony from Florida years back. where she misled the police, misled everybody about what happened with Evelyn. And it became a law in Tennessee that it's mandatory that a missing child has to be reported within 24 hours.
So I backed off. It put me on pause, RJ. I said, okay, let me step back. I got to pick something else up. And that's when Miss Q brought to me Daniel Robinson's case, take a look at. And I said, okay, maybe this would shake off a lot of, I guess, feelings. Guess I can call it that. Feelings. And focus on something else. And maybe the answer will come through that way. I did. And Daniel's case was, oh my God. Another one. I said, why me? Then I'm talking to the dad. And he's talking. And we're going back and forth. Come on the channel. Explain your story. You know it better than I do. You were there. I'm here in New York. He did. And we've built a solid relationship to this day. And now he's looking into continuing to expose this story with a publication. We're talking to executive producers of some folks over in the UK and the United States in reference to something coming and developing into something that will be produced by Netflix. And I'm going, are you kidding me? He goes, nope. Because people need to know the truth. And he wants to include, and I said, okay, now you got me. He wants to include what happened to Gabby Petito. What was the developments that went on there? How did she come across this guy? You know, that ended up doing what he did to her. You know,
Right.
The Navarro case. Girl goes missing for umpteen years and it just pops up and shows up out of nowhere. She's what, 16, 17 years old? Went missing when she was what, 15 or 14 or something like that. So he's he's incorporating something that's universal. It's not just about Daniel. It's about all missing children. I said, I said, whatever you need, David. I don't see how I can fit into a lot of, I didn't cover Gabby Petito because a lot of channels did. And the Navarro case, I didn't do anything on that. But Daniel, I said, if there's something I may have said, or it's right there on YouTube. And he said, no, I want you to be a part of this. And I said, okay. I said, whatever you feel you need. I mean, you know, like I said, you know more than I do. You were there, boots on the ground, walking the desert, chipping over, you know, bones that you found or evidence around the area that the police led you to. You saw the glass, the broken glass in the sand of your son's vehicle. You know, you've collected his vehicle. You've collected all of his items that they gave you, you know, from the crime scene. You went back to the apartment. You knew what that looked like. I said, there's not much I can say about those experiences other than, you know, what you did. I said, I don't like the story that Ken told. His co-worker from Weber that met him out there that morning at the second job site. I'm not buying that. I don't like possibly what could have occurred when he was looking for his way out and didn't make the right turn. There's something about that turn that bothers me.
Right.
I think somebody was there. The person that was out there practice shooting or something like that. I don't like that either. His vehicle, the air deployment bags in his vehicle went off at that particular time, but yet the vehicle was reported as traveling 11 miles after that, and then was found a month later in the ravine we looked at during the pictures.
Right.
I said, I'm not buying this, man. He said, I get you, John. He said, you're looking at what I'm looking at. I can't see it myself. I said, I can't see it at all. Something going on with the folks over there. And that's when he told me about the people out there being sundown people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I said, okay. I said, David, I can go as far as I can, but if I don't have anything else, I mean, that's all I can do. He said, I appreciate you. All he kept saying, I appreciate you, John, bringing out the story, helping me try to find my son, this, that, and the other thing. If there's anything I can do for you, I'm just doing me, just doing what I do. And then we connected a couple of times during that time, and he was telling me how things were going on, because I always ask. And he's just getting buck-eyed to do the damn job that they were supposed to do during the course of the investigation when it first took place. And it took voting out the police chief to get a new chief to try to open up a forensics investigation, just to get forensics done. They said, this is a missing person case. This is not a homicide in the beginning. Your son kind of walked off, maybe, got undressed and, figured that, he was someplace else. Who knows? That got caught up into the investigation with his private investigator. There was some nonsense about that. It's all on my channel, because I had him on the channel and I questioned him. According to how you found Daniel's Jeep, what was your first impressions? He sat up there and told me it turned me. And I said, no, don't do it live. Don't do it live. He said it didn't look like it was something that was like placed there. I didn't find that. He could have, drove off into the ravine, into the ditch, and staggered out, being protected by the airbag, staggered out, and he just felt himself into some hot sun or something like that, and we don't know what happened after that. Type shit. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, don't do it, John. What else did your investigation find when you were examining the mileage of how far the vehicle drove after the 11 miles, et cetera, just to keep a long story short.
Mm-hmm.
And we went through it. Only
John, I hate this.
Yeah, only to find out that there was something else going on. But yeah, go ahead.
I hate to interrupt you. It is 1 a.m. I have got to go. and we've smashed our record for how we get going and just keep on going. You're live for 6.5 hours at this point.
Oh, well, that's nice. I haven't lost my touch.
No, you have not. But I still need to go because
I hear
I've
you,
got
man.
to be up. I have to be up by 7 o'clock at the latest.
No, I hear you.
For my job.
Do you, like I said, thank you for joining me on panel tonight. I knew you had some stuff, that was good and real deep to share with us. And I truly appreciate that. It's good, just like old times, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll have to catch up with you.
Get some rest. Yeah,
I'll
definitely.
have to catch up with you through an email about what I was mentioning earlier.
Yes.
I will follow up with that. Just give me a day. It won't be till tomorrow after work.
No. Take your time. Take it. I've got no rush over here. Take your time. Do what you got to do. When you come back and you say, something, I'm thinking about John Q. I did mention I was going to do that. Then you can do it.
Oh, I'll remember tomorrow. That's not an issue. It's just like timing wise, it'll be best for me to wait till after work.
Okay. Whatever you decide to do, God bless you.
All right.
And always with Godspeed, where I come from.
Absolutely. Have a good night, everybody. It was great talking to you. It's been a long time.
There we go.
It was a good night.
All right, RJ.
Bye.
Have a good one. Boom. He just reminded me I broke my own record. For you to stay on this long, there's nobody else on, and you talk about all the stuff that you talked about. Well, you know something? If you haven't been on long enough, I can go. A little bit, I can go. But I'm still looking at these cases. We're still doing the stuff behind the scenes on these cases. I can't come to you with just the other stuff. Not about that. Never been, won't, can't. But to come on, just to let you know I'm still here. That's what tonight's live was really all about. It's heavy. All this stuff is heavy. When you're dealing with what we talked about here tonight, I kind of tied everybody in. I tried to anyway. Hopefully you see and pick up certain things that say, yeah, John's right. I kind of see the same thing. Or I don't see the same thing, John. I kind of see it from a different angle. And that's why I dropped the link. Let you come in and connect. I mean, it's okay. Noel said I wasn't here. Let's see. That will put the microphone on the law enforcement and Daniel. Yeah, I mean, it would. And that's the other case too. Jelani Day's case, crazy. No justice in that case too. There are a lot of them just that way. You have to ask yourself why. Why? These guys in law enforcement can only hang on to a case. I'm thinking 30, 60 days at best, if it requires it. If they need anything further than that, then they would have to contact other authorities that they believe can help to try to get some closure, try to get things wrapped up a whole lot quicker. Now, if those partners and authorities don't, and they seem to, tunnel back, we got a situation now. And that's the sad part, because of resources. People go missing. And you're stuck with whatever's left. Whatever that is. No finding at all. Not knowing anything. How do you proceed? What do you do? Where do you go? Who do you talk to? That's a hard place for the people directly involved in these cases. That's the hard part. I could imagine. Everyone who's been following every case that we talked about here tonight, my heart goes out to you. Long term, I mean, the names are in the chat. Long-term writers for a lot of these different cases. And you still sit there today wondering, is somebody even bringing this stuff up anymore? Some are. Then everybody's moved on. I didn't mean to, honestly, I didn't really mean to get into the political aspects tonight. But you know something? This is hard to watch and not say something about. I didn't mean to bore you with that stuff. I really didn't. I wanted to come on tonight and just say I'm okay. I'm still here. I'm still doing cases. I've looked at some things that are very troubling. And we kind of encompassed it into everything we've talked about. Had RJ come up, and because he's been riding with me as well on the Summer Wells case, and a little bit with Daniel Robinson, and a little back and forth. It was nice to have him up. I know that there were a couple of others in here that could have come up. Now let me see what he's got to say. It's been a while, but that's fine. I'll always be here. There's got to be a voice somewhere out there that says we're still here. And, I'm not going to say I'm guilty of it, but what I can say is that I'm guilty of putting it out there in the way that I have. I'd rather be guilty of that than not. And to have folks like you still with me in the chat right about now, and you can be getting some Z's, go to bed and stretch out, or go to another channel, listening to me. But then it's all about reality. This is the one that we have right now. Reality. Miss Justice, I love you to death. I love you to death for being here. I love all my mods for supporting my channel the way they have. Like I said, I don't have ticker tapes and all this other, stuff flying around. This is from the heart. As I've started and so I am today. Good stuff. I can speak without trying to expect something. How's that? I can say something that can trigger a question. I can trigger a moment. I can trigger a thought that may not have been thought about a case or about a thing, a place, a person, a this or that. But that's a whole beautiful thing about having your own channel and speaking your mind. And in a way that, it's comfortable for some and maybe uncomfortable for others. That's okay. Not looking for recognition for anything. I'm not solving anything. We can never solve what law enforcement is supposed to. We can only bring you a perspective. Remember that. Content creators on YouTube can only bring you a perspective. That's it. Just theirs. I hear you, Miss Angel. Just theirs. We can only bring you our perspective. We're looking at the same thing you are. What else could we bring? We're really solving nothing. We can't solve nothing. We can't arrest nobody like we want to. Shit. I'd love to arrest some people. I'd be the first ones in front of the camera. Come here. Turn around. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be held against you in the court of law. You have the right to have an attorney present for questioning. Yeah, oh, shit. Oh, just bring them in. Stop all this, this slow boat to China stuff. Get them in and collect your evidence. Stop talking to them to death. Oh, we're gonna type shit. Once you let them know that you're gonna do something, guess what? Oh, they're coming after us, so let's get prepared. Then they go back and forth for so long, it's like, oh, forget the story. I'm done. 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year, I'm done. They're still looking for so-and-so? Damn, I'm done. Where do you go? Exhaust you with the same stuff. I can't do it. I'm not built for that. If your car was broke down and you needed service on a highway, it's 55 miles an hour. When would you want to get service? Right away? Or let them stay out there for a little bit? A week or two, give or take, maybe a month, and nobody comes for you. How are you going to feel? What are you going to do? Oh, call them back. Oh, yeah. Let them know when we get there, we get there. Type shit, right? No. I don't want to wait. I need help now. Every single case I've come across needs help now. And yet we got these people taking a slow boat to China on all these damn cases. And it's sad to see them go this long. I mean, it's just me. It's crazy, but they're doing it. This is okay. You'll get used to it. What? There's just so many other people out here needing help. But don't forget to call 877 all these numbers. And if you don't get through, here's another number 1-800-123-4567. Again and again and again. And that's the part that burns me. Don't go live, John. Don't do it, man, because you are not going to be you. If you go live and you have that feeling, if you will, under your skin, oh, what's up with him? It's hard. But yet these cases, I feel, just me, are treated that way. It's called hurry up and wait. Get in line. We'll get there when we be there type stuff. When kids go missing, it's not the way you do it. Even adults, if they go missing, older parents or folks, you don't wait. You want to be acknowledged. You want to have that attention given on the spot. And it's hard because, well, obviously, they keep chewing at the economy and messing with people's jobs and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. It's sad. How do you turn the United States into a third world country? All you got to do is take your time. Don't worry. Let them know you'll get there. Attitude. I can't deal with that. We used to be up and running. Now it's like, what the hell happened? Programming, all this, we don't have the answers yet. It's still under investigation. Next question. Tight media. That's still under investigation, and we're working with our partners to try to figure out the reason why that happened. Yes, next question. And on and on. The same stuff. Our hearts go out to the families and the friends and the relatives, and I really don't want to be here. But I have to say the same shit on a different case. Same stuff. Hearts go out. Hearts go out. Let me see some hearts in the chat. Let me see some emojis in the chat. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Everybody put a heart in the chat. Everybody put a kiss in the chat. Everybody, give me a break. Not about hearts. Not about being emojied, if you will. It's about getting results if you're doing your job. It's about getting results if you're doing your job. When they pull off and you hear silence, especially on a case that you've been following, uh-oh. Time's up. but they will never come on TV and have a press conference to tell you that they have to pull back and stop. I've never seen it. Missing child over here in California, missing child in New York, missing child in Florida, missing child out of Texas, 4 shootings in Chicago. Nothing. Can't come back and tell you how they're doing. They can tell you how it started, but they can't come back and tell you what's going on. It's better not to say anything so they know that all you have to do is dial 1-800. And that's sad. Got more and more people going missing because of that. And not enough people grinding down and say, where's your update? I was pissed off at Summer Wells. Same way. Where's the update? Daniel Robinson, where's the update? Sebastian Rogers, where's the update? The West Boys, when that case was active before they found the foster parents liable for what happened to those kids, where's the update? Look how long that case took. Oh, my God. It's sickening. Over and over. Now we got the same damn thing. Same thing, different subject, same thing, different subject, same thing, different subject, same thing, over and over. I don't care what story you pick out. I don't care where you go or what you hear. Just listen to it. It's the same thing. It's the same script. And I said, I gotta take a break. I gotta back up. I want to say what the hell I really want to say on YouTube. No way. Because my channel would be gone. It'd be gone. What happened to John Q? Oh, his channel is gone. Why? Because he came out, oh my God. He said some stuff. He shared some stuff on YouTube. My God. Well, I see what I had to take him down because he was going off. That's what they do. Monetized. Oh my goodness. I couldn't say half the things I said tonight. If I was monetized, I couldn't have said half the things I said tonight. No way. There'd be no super chats and stickers, and even though people like to give, in appreciation to just connecting with people. There's nothing wrong with that. No, I get that. But I'm not up here every day trying to do it. I don't work at home, so to speak. I mean, I'm not beating them up for working at home. There's some that do, which is convenient for them. And that's okay. But, oh man, connections. The whole thing is based on connections. Who do you connect with? Who told you that? Where did they get their information from? Who are they following? And so on and so forth. Hence, social media. But yeah, I'm back. I walked away a little bit. I said, we're going to do this. It's time. Because I think there's some things about to turn that I'm definitely sure that you're going to need me in place. I don't like it. The whole thing. And we talked about a lot of that tonight. I don't like it. I know you don't like it. I'm looking at it too. But I damn sure don't like it. To hear the same thing over and over and over and over again, like they're putting us to sleep. Don't worry about it. We got it. We can handle it. We got the best team. We're on your side. And it's the same thing. I can't do it. Collaboration of independent content creators, I think we made an impact. We have. The right ones make an impact. I think tonight with RJRJ up here, we've always made an impact. I just keep him too long. He's over there smiling right now, even though he said he was going to bed. But yeah, I keep him too long. But yet, you know something between the two of us? I say what I say, and he says what he says. And you know something? We can walk away with respect. With respect of our opinions, our feelings, our observations, if you will. All the time. I've had Miss Justice on my channel from the time I started almost. She came from another channel that says, yo, I'm going to stick with John because he might be going somewhere with Summer. And she's been here ever since. Carol Smith, another one. Miss Leslie, another one. You know, I've been blessed with at least some people who know who I am. Yeah, from that perspective. It must be important John is on. Let me go see what he's talking about. And that's why you're here. And I appreciate all of you still after, good Lord, almost 7 hours hanging out. Noel, and I said what I said. And I mean, all of you. All of you. Well, let me see what he's talking about. I can only do 2 hours because I know he's going to talk up a storm. I'll catch the replay. I'll catch the replay if I can. Then find out tomorrow when they wake up. Oh, Lord, he's been on that damn long. I'll wait till the next live. I'll go to the next live. I'll show up early so he can say my name and then, kind of dwindle out. I can't go that long. And I say, God bless you, because I don't listen that long. I don't. Oh my God, 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. Oh, Lord, I'll never get through it. I won't be able to get through it. But whatever it was, it must have been good. Must have been okay. He got some likes, maybe a few likes. He never told anybody to hit the subscribe button like most people say in the beginning. I don't go there. So we can come back and bring you more content and all of a sudden, no. If I have something to say, I'll come on. I'll chat with you. I like the interaction since I'm here. But if I have a case to come on my channel, it's not John Q Live. Tonight is just me. But if I have something to say about a case or something that I'm working with, I'll have the title always. Let you know where we're going. You guys come? Great. Love to have you. That's the thing about growing, I guess, a channel. Let them know when you're going live and you're going to talk some shit or whatever. Boom, you can do it. And if you got something specific, boom, you can do it. Tonight, I just wanted to reach back out and let everybody know I'm here to connect, talk about some things that are important, share with you some insight. I'm looking at things like you are, and somebody's got to relate in some way, shape, or form. I hope I have. I hope I have. Anyway, much love to everyone that has connected with me here tonight. Miss Justice, thank you so much for being true to who you are. Because if there's anybody that goes for justice, and Miss Justice is always here. Has been from the beginning. Will be there, I know. And it's so good to know that, you know, I can rub shoulders in a way, virtually, rub shoulders with someone that has been here with me in the course of any live that I've done to support the channel. And you, every single one of you. Connection is most important when people need to connect. And you guys in the chat are just listening to the sound of my voice is one thing, but the connection is your response in the chat. Is this okay? Am I okay? Am I all right? Maybe saying this or going against John in this way. That's fine. I don't look to be perfect. No way. But one thing I can say is that you're going to get some content from me. And one thing that will happen is that when you leave, you'll be a little bit more aware. Whatever channel you go on, especially on YouTube or TikTok or X or whatever they call the other channels these days, when you get your information, do not take it at face value. Ever, 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 ever. Do not go to another YouTuber to get validation from what you heard from another YouTuber. Ever, ever, ever. Take some time. Dig in some articles. All you got to do is type it in the search bar. Do it in Google. Do it in whatever search browser you have and check it. Just check it. If it's not a solid update to something that you've been following, then just take that and compare it to who's talking when you visit their channels. I've done that a long time ago. I mean, wow, this is not nothing new. They're just talking about something they spoke about in the last live that they felt not enough people heard them. So they can regurgitate pretty much the same thing, but in a different way, and keep everybody's attention and give them much love and all the other stuff. And there's, I have my bias on that. I do. You know, why treat people that way when you can just come on Do your thing, be you, and forget all of the other stuff. I don't have to bring on background and music and applause and puppies and all the stuff that people bring on, to the horns and all that crazy shit, just to keep people's attention so that they can stay in your life. But people do. That's funny to me anyway. But I've always found that comical. Okay, next. 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 Wait a minute. Somebody's saying something here. Extra couple of minutes. Okay, I'll listen. And then I'll stop, lay my phone down, take a listen. I don't expect 7 hours though, but just take a listen. They may have something I may have overlooked. I try to give you a bit of who I am as a content creator. A good one will. That brother stay on for 7 hours. I can't do it. Okay. But that brother does say a few things that I do agree with. Okay. Now, I ain't talking about nothing. Okay. Etc., etc. But at least I try to make my time as special, as best as I could. For those that have come in for the first hour and a half, 2 hours, to those that came in after 3 hours, those that came in after 4 hours, those that are still here now. Whatever you got, just be mindful going forward. John Q will lay it down, give you something at least to walk away with, and we can go from here. That said, much, much love. Everybody. Until next time, I'm coming back. There are a couple of things I need to cover with you pertaining to a couple of the cases I did talk about here tonight. So stay tuned, because when it comes down, there are a lot of things in the background. But stay tuned. I'm still here. I'm still with you. I see you're still with me. Until then, Godspeed.